Hi, hello everyone. How are you doing? I'm gonna be so honest. I feel like I'm about to do a presentation in front of the entire school once again. But that's alright. How are you? What do you all think about my surprise? I spent a lot of time on this instead of doing my own OCs, but it's okay. I just used one for myself that we already know. So there's that. But yes, so glad to see everyone here today. Oh, how are you, everyone? Oh, Crashy said the dodging and parrying in what is it? The game? Oh, excavation, right? That's how you pronounce it. Needs some working, but I it only came out like yesterday, right? Or the day before. So I'm not surprised that it does need that still. But yes, we do have another surprise coming, by the way. Oh, 3 days ago. That's fantastic. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Very, very recently, yes. I One of my friends was actually quite excited to see that it came out. So I think it is supposed to be a fun game. I might get it if it's on a sale anytime soon. Oh no. Oh, it got overshadowed by Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Not surprising, it was a really big thing, right? I did watch the live stream with one of my friends. Surprisingly the same friend that was very excited for Excavation coming out, if you can believe that. But yes, are you gonna get? Is anyone here gonna get the new? Well, oh, I guess the revamped Elder Scrolls because it's a remaster, right? I didn't play the OG, so I wouldn't know if it's worth it or not. Unfortunately. So yeah. Looked like a big ambition game, and it shows. Oh, mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Also, I'm sitting here like, do you guys want to know the surprise right now, or do we want to wait until we are like further into the stream and there's like more people around? I mean, if we are paying attention to all of the ads I made, because I made way too many, I I I I made so many ads. I'm gonna be so honest. There is one ad that tells you what the surprise is, but that's another story. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Yes, my legs exist. I am not one of those legless VTubers. Don't worry about that. I wish they didn't exist because I had to draw them, but like, um, it's fun, right? I also think I got the angle quite alright-ish, so that's great. Maybe so honest, since the last stream, not the last stream, but like, the stream where we were talking about doing the OC streams, I was like, oh, let me make a special overlay for this. And then I got a bit too ambitious. I'm gonna be so honest. I got so ambitious with everything. I was legit sitting there like, oh, am I even gonna finish this in time? I did finish it in time though, so there is that. Never say never or something like that. But yes, today we're gonna be doing our OC stream, the first one of all of them. But also before we get into the OCs, please let me yap. Let me just exist for a bit. Let me get out all of the nerves and everything because I do indeed feel because I had to make like a presentation style thingy for the OCs, so I'm sitting here like this feels too much like a school presentation. My fight or flight has been activated. I'm so sorry. I am I am the kind to try and run away. So let's all just have some yapping time. What else have you guys been up to? Let's see, what have I been up to? Not much, actually. Which is not surprising. I don't get up too much a lot of the time. Oh, but I do. have the plan for my birthday, so I was like calling like my mom and like some other relatives today and being like, "Hey, by the way, what are you doing on my birthday?" And surprisingly, no one has to work. And I say surprisingly like it's not a national holiday. But, you know. So now I actually have to think about what we are going to do for my birthday because now I know that people are actually available. So now I actually have to pay attention and be like, "Oh, okay. Where are we going? What are we eating? Are we gonna be cooking something ourselves, or are we gonna order something?" I am for ordering out, personally. But my mom sounded disappointed. My mom sounded like she wanted to cook. I'm sitting here like, really? But I guess maybe she does want to cook really badly. Question, you were in the middle of editing a compilation video when you were notified of that game. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, you were required to try it out. I understand. Thank you, Momo. I appreciate your spiritual, moral support. There we go. I was thinking about how I say it because I was about to say moral spirit support. I was like, that can't be right. Right? That can't be. But yes. What else have we been up to? I want to. I'm gonna be so honest because I couldn't work on OCs much because I had to finish all of this. I'm sitting here like, gnawing at the bars of my cage. I'm like, please, please let me work at more OCs. But it's alright. We're gonna get there. Probably. No, we are certainly gonna get there. Don't worry about that. But yes. Oh yeah, I tried out a game yesterday. What was it? Omakase? Okamase? No, I think it was omakase. And it's basically you have to cut sushi up and like it has to be weighed because the people apparently want a specific amount of weight in sushi. Which, okay, fair enough. I know that it's just for the game mechanics. And I started it yesterday. I was so done with it because I had to do math. And then I don't know why, but like at some point I had the exact gram percentage, but it didn't accept it. So I was sitting there like, oh my god, is the amount of times that they, like for the knife they give you on top, is that how often you are allowed to use your knife? I was sitting there like really, really hurt because I was like, but I only used my knife once. I got it right. I am at the at the exact weight we need. And they were like, oh no, but you have to use your knife 3 times. I was sitting there like, okay, let me use it like 2 more times. Still did not work. So I stopped. I did not have the brain for that yesterday. I'm so sorry. I tried to do math and I I failed miserably. I mean, my math wasn't a problem, I think. Maybe. Maybe it was. I have to be honest, I was on call with Bisque when I tried it out. And I was trying to do math. I was talking out loud. I was also streaming it to Bisque. And then they were like, "Oh, are you sure you need that much?" I was like, "Yeah, I need that much." But don't you need more? Isn't that like over half? I'm like, no, 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 it should be less than half. Like, it should be less than that I need from the next piece. And so I got even more confused because I was not 12 times 12. Is it 144? Let me do the actual math. Yeah, it is 144. It should be right. Please don't come into my chat with math. Please. Please, I want to live in peace. You need to know I almost failed school because of math. Well, I didn't fail school. I just math always messed up my percentages at the end of the year. Like every other subject, it was okay, and then there was math, and it just took everything down with it. It was fun enough, I guess. I never understood anything happening there. So maybe that is what it is supposed to be, right? Just the last bastion of the humanity. If the aliens ever come over and they see our math, that is gonna be what saves us. Because even the aliens are gonna be sitting there like, what are you guys up to? Oh yeah, very related question. How's the audio going? How is that? Like, is Spotify? Can you hear the Spotify? Can you hear the music? Okay. Audio Gucci, lovely. Lovely. Okay, thank you. Also, imagine being good at math. It could never be me. Could never be me. I'm good at business math. Because business math is easy. That's like, just the easiest shit ever. It's like, oh yeah, just figure out how much we have to pay in taxes. I'm like, okay, I can do that. I learned that in school. That is what I went to school for, indeed. But yes. Also, I fear I want to move my thingy for a bit, but also I fear I do not wish to. I'm not gonna move anything. Don't worry about it. Volume is very good. You all can hear me. I love that. My mic is peaking in the yellow, so I'm just gonna assume that it's also doing its job of preventing you guys from going deaf. So yeah. But yes, I think I've been yapping enough. Have I? Or should I keep yapping? Oh my god, the Nintendo account sent me like offers of like, oh yeah, we have some things that are like discounted right now, blah blah blah, whatever, right? And one of them is Monster Hunter Wilds. It's like $10 right now. So I was like thinking, oh, should I get that? Should I? And I was like sitting there, but like maybe I should wait for a sale on like the Monster Hunter Wilds instead, like for my actual PC, because I was sitting there like, yeah, but like it's on my Switch and my Switch is already, I have the Switch Lite only. So um I don't trust it to survive that. I'm gonna be so honest. Sends a WAV file with maxed out waves. Yes, I'm sending you all the waves. I'm so sorry, you poor things are gonna go deaf. Because you listened to me, I'm so sorry. Nintendo needs to be thrown. Yes, please, please throw them off the roof with me. Except if Nintendo works with Bandai Namco to make God Eater 4, then I will forgive them for a lot of things. Not everything. We're not that far. Like not even God Eater 4 would make me forgive them for everything. But if we get God Eater 4, I might forgive them for some of the stuff they've done. The prices are horrible, right? Also, hi Tori, how you doing? How's it going? This is indeed where we are sharing our collective insanity. I am currently yapping because I am trying to get out of feeling nervous. Because, Tori, you need to know, I have been telling everyone in chat already. I feel like I'm about to hold a presentation in front of the entire school. And I don't know, it's like fight or flight instinct. You know how it is. But the prices on the Switch 2, they are something for sure. I already said the only way I'm gonna be getting the Switch 2 and probably the games for the Switch 2 as well is if I share it with my sister. Because then we can share all of like the costs. So yeah. I hate the e-cards. The e-cards are so bad. Like what was the idea behind them? um mm, 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 Oh, they have set a straight. Yeah, they have set a really ugly precedent for the future to come. That is true. Yeah. Oh my god, Tori. Oh no. Understandable though. I understand that. But thank you for still sending your stuff in. It's very much appreciated. I'm very much looking forward to getting to your character. Oh yeah, I did pay some attention to the order that I put everyone in. Crasher, your OC is right after the one that I'm introducing for myself because I know that you're usually the first one who has to go to bed because of time zone differences. So all good. you're at least not gonna miss your OC being featured. Except if I keep yapping and we are spending like 3 hours just me talking instead of getting into the actual thing. But like, that should be alright, right? Oh my god, Mario Kart 90 euros, right? It's like, huh? And the thing is too, I saw the prices at like dollars. I was like, okay, that's bad, but like in euros it should at least go down then because like that's usually the case, right? That's how conversion rates work. And nah, they just said nope. Euros also 90 bucks. Let's go. 8:18 p.m. Let's go. Yes, Momo. I'm looking forward to that OC because I am pretty sure I know who you mean. I'm pretty sure it is the one that you have already teased for me, right? Where you were talking about that's gonna be a whole other issue, right? Yep, and draw. Oh, we're gonna do that some other day. We're gonna do that. That's probably gonna be the next stream because I have to work on my God Eater OC. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna work on my God Eater OC, and she is in theory in all three games, even if she's not like visible for most of the games. I'm sitting here like, that's gonna be so many outfits, and then I get to update her weapon every game and everything because like obviously there's like better weapons in the newer games. So I'm like, should I? I am going to. Don't worry about that. But also, it's gonna take me so long. So my God Eater OC is definitely not gonna be the one for next month's OC business report. Don't worry about that. Momo, please scratch the unfortunately. You have fortunately enabled K. I'm so sorry, everyone. This is gonna be my peak cringe. It's not even cringe, it's just peak, actually. Oh, no, I want to play God Eater. I'm gonna be so honest. But also, I've been yapping for like, it's not been half an hour yet. Should I make the reveal at half an hour? Can you guys even read the ads? You in the back. Fantastic treasure. I don't know if I made them big enough, but anyways, the ad that we have currently is telling you a secret. And if you can't read it, then I'm gonna tell you at the half hour mark. But for now, I'm gonna mind my own business. Buzinizi. The ads are cute. Yes, thank you. I spent so much time on them. I went insane making them. I was literally sitting there like, oh my god, it's gonna be the early 2000s website vibes. That is why we have ads, right? Because I don't know if you guys were on the internet at that time or like if you were actively in fandom spaces at the time, but there were just ads everywhere and they were so annoying looking. They were meant to make you blind, I believe. And I was like, yeah, no, let me do that because like why not, right? And then I had to draw like so many ads. And then they all had to look different too, except for like what streams I am offering to the people. But like, they all had to look different too. And I was like sitting there like, I'm running out of ideas. Please, I don't know what ads to make anymore. Oh my god. I'm gonna be so honest, it was like so much work because I just did not use my brain juice. I was sitting there like no brain juice left over. I'm sorry. Yes, there is a Nico. There was a Nico. He's not on screen anymore. I'm sorry. But yes, he is one of the faces advertising the TTRPGs that we're gonna be doing in the server. So that's great. I forgot to set up the reactive roles in the Discord server now. Actually, where's she? She's a mod right now in my Discord server. I should employ him and be like, hey, please set up the reactive roles right now. But I don't think I think he's still at work. This sucks. Um, but yeah, I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, no, I can do that before we start the stream, and then I just straight up forgot because I was doing other stuff. But yeah, the roles exist for the OC streams and like the TTRPGs for people to be pinged properly. I just have not made the reactive roles in the server yet, so I'm sorry. We're gonna take that take to that after the stream. Don't worry about it. We're gonna fix this problem. Right? That future me's problem is so valid. Also reminds you of your MySpace blog. No, it's okay. It's okay. Actually, my a friend of mine. Wait, what did she like it at you? I think it was MySpace as well because I sent her one of the sketches. I was like, "Hey, does this remind you of like early 2000 websites?" She was sitting there like, "Yeah, I guess it reminds me of MySpace." Like, yeah, that's close enough. Close enough. I will take it. So yeah. Oh my god, you get to smooch Nico as soon as I don't know actually. Should I make you wait? I don't think I should make you wait. No, I'm not gonna make you wait. It's okay. Don't worry about that. Also, hi Blank, how you doing? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. What have you been up to? I'm currently thinking about when I will let Momo smooch Nico in the TTRPG. I'm so mean because I have been considering because I have like one shot based thing going on with friends, which just like every single campaign that I have is like a one shot, but they have all belong to this like bigger picture, right? And like it's the same characters every time. I'm saying that like yeah, no, I should put one of my OCs that I know that Momo really likes in there, and not give Momo the chance to date them. Oh, I mean, I guess Momo could have had the chance to, but like you know, potato potato. I already gave them a pretty boy, so there's that. Oh my god, classes for the next 4 hours? You think you shouldn't go now? No! Oh my god, you're right, Tori. I didn't even comprehend that means weekend classes. Oh no! But think of your future. Think of your what do you call it? Fuck. Sorry. Um education. There we go. That's the word. Don't be like me. Don't forget the basic words. Go to school, children. Weekend jobs are a sin. Absolutely, yes. You absolutely know who it is, Momo, because I have brought it up to you before. I had to make sure. I needed to know how I need to play him if I bring him into the game. So there was that. Right? I had to go to class on the weekend once. It was a Saturday as well. And it was because we had too many free days in that year. It was an elementary school as well. Because like there were too many holidays that fell on like weekdays where we then didn't have to go to school. So we didn't have enough days to have like the necessary amount of school time together. So they were like, "Oh, just come in on Saturday for school." And we didn't even do school. We did like because even the teachers didn't want to. We didn't do lessons because the teachers were like, "Nah, you guys are coming to school on Saturday. We're just gonna do something, not lessons for sure." So, yeah. Thank you, thank you. My TED Talk was so great, wasn't it? Absolutely forgot no words. Don't be like me. Don't forget your words. Go get your education, kids. Oh my god, not the Kerno mode. Oh no. Honestly, the fade kind of encompasses some of the same feelings. You're right about that. If you ever get to go to college on a weekend, you'll appear on the news. Oh no. Because you're gonna be protesting, right? Right? Yeah, let's say that is the reason. Right, exactly. Oh, fantastic though. Let's go. Um, mm, 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 mm. Me sitting here like, okay, I'm gonna yap for 30 more seconds, so I get the 30-minute mark to tell you guys my secret. I'm gonna tell you the secret. And Momo already knows the secret because Momo knows everything. I can never keep anything to myself. I'm just, even when I made the overlay, I ran to Momo. I was like, here, have the sketch of the overlay. I'm like, have it, please. Look at it, perceive. And then I sent like 3 other screenshots. along the process, not even the whole process, just like in the middle of it, I was like, here, please take also these screenshots. This is where I am right now. And then like 2 hours later, I'm sending another one. Hey, something's changed. Not a lot, but like, please look at it. Please perceive. Yeah, absolutely, Tori. You're just gonna protest not committing a crime. I knew it. I knew I could trust you with that. But yes, usually it's not this long on Saturdays and Sundays. You also have school on like lessons on Sundays? But today it's math days where you have to go double and triple. Oh no. But yes, tell thy secret. It is time. Everyone, the first surprise that I had for you was this new overlay that we're gonna be using for all of the monthly OC streams. As you can imagine, I did not put that much effort into it just to use it once and never again. Don't worry about it. That is not what I wanted to tell you. I just wanted to introduce that this is the first surprise that we are going to have. Now, the second surprise is gonna be at the end of the stream. I'm gonna you take a random picker, one of these random wheels that pick something, and we are going to pick someone who entered their OC to get some free fan art from me. So there is that. That's the big surprise. You can get free fan art if you enter your OCs. Let's go. Also, we're gonna go with a random picker because I don't want to have the pressure of actually having to decide. I'm so sorry. I cannot bear the thought of anyone feeling bad because I picked it on the amount of stuff sent in or anything like that. So yes, that is also what the employee of the month spot is for. Right now, there's just me as a as a wonderful placeholder. But yes, that is where the art is gonna go to so that everyone will see what the last employee of the month has gotten. Don't worry about that though, that is next month's me's problem. Don't worry. But yes! My god, it's triggering your nostalgia so hard. It's good. I love that. Fantastic! But yes, that is the big secret that I kept to myself. That is what I wanted to tell all of you before we go any further. Also, there's like one ad that advertises that. One whole ad. So there is that. uh, see, now you regret. Oh no, not being able to send you OC. Don't worry, we're doing this every month and we're going to be picking an employee of the month at the end of every month. Also, a heads up for everyone. If you have entered an OC previously, and you win another month where you have like another OC in there, you can ask me to do fan art of the previous OC or like one of the previous OCs instead. I will not say no to that. By the way, just saying. So if someone has like entered their OC today and like they get picked for employee of the month next month, they're like, oh, but I would prefer having something for this character, and just let me know and we're gonna do that. So yes. Um, it's every last Saturday of the month, Momo. So close. So close, almost. It's a Saturday. But also, Kresha, Momo does have NOC in here, like in the thing, but we are going to use a random picker because of the reason that I do not want to be um biased towards anyone, you know? So I'm just gonna put everyone into the wheel picker and then we get there. So don't worry about it. The gacha gods are gonna be so nice to everyone. Don't worry about it. But yes. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Exactly, blank. There is the OC dedicated chat in the Discord server, but if anyone doesn't want to put it there, you can send it to me in DMs. My DMs should be open. Maybe send a hi before you send a link because I don't know if Discord is gonna filter out if you just send a link to me. Don't worry about it. Momo's doing so good as a mod. Thank you, Momo. Okay, thank you for taking the mental notes, Tori. It's okay. It's okay. I can just keep reminding everyone. Right, don't worry about it. Stay hydrated. That is all we need in life. Anyways, now that we're bringing up everyone, it's time to take a sip of water. Oh, don't worry about the key details. Just a key detail. Don't worry about that. I'm glad that my ads are being appreciated. I really had a lot of fun with them. I did go mad over them. I did not have fun with them. I went through all of the stages of grief making them. So yeah. Oh, that is true. You know what? You're so right, Tori. The deadline is the Friday before stream. So actually, Momo was right. I'm so sorry, Momo. But yes. Okay, I have yapped enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are gonna start now with the actual OC app. I'm so sorry. We are gonna start with my own baby. Don't worry about it. We're gonna talk about Colette for my OC today. She is my vampire baby. Don't worry about it. Yes, her. Of course, Momo knows her already. Don't worry about it. I also posted her on Tumblr already, so there's that. She's my baby. You need to know. I love her so much. Um, I gave her a Nemo color design, if you can believe that. But yes, she is beauty, grace, and can slit your throat post haste. Oh my god, you're such a poet, Momo. Absolutely, Blank Crusher, you're both right. Momo can never be wrong. Never. Momo is always wrong. Right. Fuck. I should not read chat while I'm talking. I'm so sorry about that. People would say that's a Freudian slip, but no, I'm just fucking stupid and I read chat while I'm talking. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Momo. I didn't mean it. I was reading Crasher's message because I was like, oh, Blank said Momo's never wrong, so let me see if Crasher said that Momo is always right. And then I was like reading it and it was not as always right, so there, a few wires got crossed. I'm so sorry. It's probably okay. Don't worry about it. But yes, let's go into it. Before I actually read to you the insanity that I have written up for her, let's look at the small stuff that I have written down for her, which is it was very easy for me to do because that is basically what I have on her character sheet, the actual written out one. But yes, I did short circuit. I'm so sorry. I now live in the internet like your favorite idol Miku Hatsune. So that was to be expected actually. I don't know why it hasn't happened earlier, so fair enough. Not surprised. But yes, my girlie's age? I don't know. I have to be so honest. It's gonna come up later. I don't understand the timeline of the Love in Deep Space game. This OC is for Love in Deep Space. Which, do you guys know Love in Deep Space? It's like an otome game, which basically means you can like it's targeted towards women. In this particular one, it's like you get to date like four. Is it still four? Wait, we have no, it's five. We have Caleb now, so it should be five guys right now. Um, so yeah, basically you can date them, and it's like there's like story cuts with them, and there is a main story going on, and I love the main story, mind you. Perfect, great. So there's that. Fantastic work, right? But basically that's that. The MC is a hunter who hunts. What are they called again? Oh my god. They look like big rocks. That's what we're hunting. Don't worry about it. They're made out of energy and rocks, I assume. So maybe they're golems. They're not called golems. Wanderers, thank you, Momo. I was sitting here like, they had a name. So yeah, but yes, I don't understand the timelines because like there's like past life stuff going on. There's multiple past lives. We keep getting myth cards which are different parts of past lives. So I'm sitting here like, okay, sure, fair enough. I still don't understand. So there's that. Don't worry about it. So we will never know her age because she needs to be a certain age, which is like around Raphael's age ish, maybe a bit older actually. Um, but you know how it is. Also, thank you for the clip crasher. But yes, seen so many ads and maybe have also played it. Fantastic. I am slightly behind on it. I'm gonna be so honest. I have not played in a while, but it's okay. There's not that much that could have happened, right? I think I'm almost up to date with the main story at least. So there's that. Oh my god, yes! Because you always get booted, Crasher, I did change it. Links are now allowed. Please do not take advantage of that, everyone. Don't start sending malware or something. No phishing links in my chat, please. Fair, Tori. The timeline for your own OC sometimes are worse than anything else. Oh, yeah, sure. Tori, Blank, go ahead, eat the rocks. Humanity is gonna thank you for that one, actually. Oh my god, they actually, yeah. Oh my god, maybe you have to eat the course, actually. That would make sense. But yes, so in Love and Deep Space, we have past lives, we have alternate universes, we have probably future timelines. So basically, I don't know what age my character is. I'm just like, whatever age she is, she is. She's old. Just call her grandma at this point. Actually, great grandma, maybe. It's okay. But yes, my girlie is an information broker. I love her for that. And I think maybe you can see it. She has like a little blood butterfly, which we mention a bit further down. It's fun. But she has her evil, which, okay, explanation in Love and Deep Space. People have special abilities which are called evil, which is just love backwards. Haha, if you can believe that. And it's like special abilities, and like everyone has like something different. Like Zane is one of the characters, and he has like eyes. I almost called him Lumiere, but that's not his name. Xavier has like light or something. Raphael, the fish man, has fire for some reason, which is fun. Good for him. But yes, the real tragedy is that he only ever wrote. I need to write fics for her. I'm so sorry, everyone. I was so looking forward to writing some fan fictions for Colette, but then I points at the monstrosity of my overlay and everything else. I kind of ran out of time. Oh yeah, right. There was another surprise, or well, less surprise, more a thought process. I've been thinking, um, because sometimes you write a fan fiction after you have already put the OC into the thing, right? So I not for this stream because like obviously this is the first time we have to stream. But like in future streams, if someone has written fan fictions for OCs that they have entered before, and they would like them to be read on stream, we are going to have like at the very end of the stream, like after we have talked about everyone's OCs and everything, we go over to reading fan fictions of older OCs. Or well, not older, but like already introduced OCs, so that we all can take part in listening to the fan fictions. Also, because I would be sad if I could never read my Colette fanfictions to you guys. I'm just very self motivated, very selfishly motivated. Light is correct? Okay, great. I was sitting there like, is it like light particles? Is it like a very specific kind? But like, it's just light. Lovely. Silas has energy, Caleb has gravity. Yeah, right, exactly. So evils aren't even elemental ish elements, yes. So my girlie got blood. Or actually water, but like water blood, it's the same thing, right? Not that far apart, so it's okay. Also, we're gonna go into the explanation of that a bit more in my actual OC, yeah, don't worry about that. Yes, please do your sales pitch, Momo. You're my mod. You are allowed to sell your pitch. No, to pitch your sale. There we go. Exactly. You guys get it. Water is our blood. Blood is just spicy water. Anyways, exactly. That is exactly the thought process, in a sense. So yeah, my girlie is a noble vampire. And I need you to know. Okay, I wrote down. I'm gonna read it to you verbatim. Think Kaname-kuran in relation to vampire society standing. I swear the lore makes it funny. And I swear, I still stand by that. Do you guys know Kaname-kuran from Vampire Nights? This is kind of like, I needed part, I guess. Okay, so Kaname-kuran, like in Vampire Night, we have a whole vampire society going on. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna explain it to you all. We have a whole vampire society going on. It's like the humans don't know about vampires, but the vampires they like live as much as a vampire can live. Actually, they're pretty alive in that one. Um, so basically, Kaname Kuran is a poor blood, and he is the poor bloodiest of all poor bloods, which means that he is at the very top of the food chain, basically. And just imagine he's the emperor. And like there's a couple empires because like there's like a couple other poor blood vampires for a while. Are there still other poor blood vampires at the end except for Yuki? Because I'm sitting here like a lot of them die. Anyways, imagine poor blood vampires being like emperors, and they have as much sway over like the other vampire nobles and everything. Basically, poor as in purity, as in the thing that everyone in the church strives for. So yes, um, so he's the top of the food chain. Yes, like poor bloods, they are stronger. They are better looked at in society. They have a lot of say. Um, so yeah, that's great. Exactly, Tori. Please, I need you all to know that I too haven't thought about Vampire Night in a while, and I was like working on her. I'm like, hey, this entire society thing, it kind of sounds familiar. I was saying like, oh my god, she's Kaname Kuran in a different font. Don't worry about it. We'll never forget the give the ending or redeeming Kaname. Honestly, understandable. Cannot blame you for that. I stopped before it got too bad. I was sitting there like, funny direction this is going in. I think I'm just gonna continue to read the spoilers of other people who have read it. And I'm not gonna read it myself. I think I'm gonna be a neutral force looking in from the outside. Except I'm not really neutral. But like that's not the point, is it? But yes. Thing is, I made my girlie for Raphael, the fishman. He's not a fishman. Okay, so Raphael, you have to know, he is the sea god and like king of Lemuria, and like there's a lot of stuff that happened. So he's currently no longer the sea god because the MC kind of has his heart and he needs to get his heart back to become the sea god again. But also he's so in love with MC that he is willingly letting her kill him, and don't worry about that. Let's not worry about the timelines. Let's just worry about that Raphael kind of a big deal to the fish people. He is nowadays a very popular artist, like painting kind of deal. So there's that. But yes, my poor girlie, she fell in love with Raphael before Raphael even met the first incarnation of the MC, which, fair enough. Did not have a fun time since then. We're gonna get into why that is. Exactly, slightly biased neutral is my outlook on Vampire Night spoilers. um, Michaelette, she thinks everyone else in Vampire Society is an idiot. We're gonna get to that later again. Sorry, we only have like very short information on the part here, but it's It's fun. So that is why she worked her way upwards. She only became Kanamikuran because no one else was gonna be a Kanamikuran. So don't worry about it. But yes, the most important part, she can manipulate her own blood into little butterflies. Why butterflies? Don't worry about it. It makes sense. And she can use it to gather information because, as I'm gonna be saying later on, we are working under a very specific interpretation of how her power works. So don't worry about that. Okay, let me go fill up my drink before we go into the actual yapping, where I'm just gonna read to you guys from my way too long yapping session that I put out on Tumblr, as I always do. Butterflies are cool and pretty, no further reasoning, Your Honor. You are so right. You are so right. Thank you so much for understanding the pic so well. Also, I had to learn how to draw blood for this entire thing. She actually also has a scythe that also has blood in there, but like I didn't put it on this thing because like we don't need that. All good, right? Okay, it is now time. There might be some repeated information in what I'm about to read to you guys, but anything that is repeated right now is gonna go into more detail in what I'm reading out. So don't worry about it. I have on purpose kept everything on my about very vague. So don't worry about that. Okay. So as already established, I created Colette as an OC for Love in Deep Space. She is not an MC stand-in, but specifically someone with unrequited love for Raphael. Um, little side thingy. There are now twins in Love and Deep Space. They are side characters. They are not love interests. I love them so much. They're my favorites now. Um, yeah. So actually, the direction of her character has slightly changed, but not that much. Don't worry about it. She is still in love with Raphael in a way. So yes, Colette is a vampire who has been around for a very, very long time. Never decided on a written down age for her because I'm not gonna lie, the love in deep space timeline is something I don't even want to pretend to understand. Exactly. I knew what I was on about even at that point. I'm so sorry, everyone. Also, you do know my yapping. I'm not gonna apologize. But feel free to yap to me in chat. I am keeping an eye out, so if anything comes up, please, please, please. Um, one thing for sure though, she is old enough to have witnessed the first reincarnation cycle of MC and Raphael. Whenever that may have been. Info, don't play with me now and change the entire lore around the reincarnations, I beg. I am so worried about them changing anything. It is in my blood, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate the yaps. I'm so glad. But yes, I'm so worried. Okay, Infold is the gaming company that creates like Love and Deep Space stuff. So I'm just sitting here like, Infold, please, please don't play with me. I was already so worried when they brought Silas out, like because I made Colette before Silas was like officially out, and everyone was looking at Silas and they were like, "Oh my god, is he gonna be a vampire?" I was sitting there sweating because I was like, oh, if they establish like a law for vampires that does not work with my girlie or with what I have established for the vampire society, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. I will have to undo everything that I have written down for Colette. Her entire character background will have to change. But yes, Blank, please have a fun time in classes, even though it is a Saturday. I know you're gonna do great. Please get that education for all of us. So yeah, Momo's sitting here dying inside because you sitting here staring at you at the unresolved tension and nothing going on yet. Like, okay, picture. I'm picturing you, this whole, yeah, staring right at you in serious silence. Yes, perfect. That is what we need in this life. Please, please, please survive the 5 hours of math. I'm gonna send you the brain cells that I don't need to yap. Actually, I don't think I need that many brain cells to yap anyway. So maybe we're gonna be good. Actually, like look at us. But yes, yes, yes. She also fell in love with Raphael at that point. So, she witnessed the first reincarnation cycle of MC and Raphael, so she was alive before that, and she actually met Raphael the first time, or got to know about him and like interact with him, even before he got to meet MC for the first time. And it was a very quick falling in love kind of deal for her. But don't worry about that. That's totally not gonna come to bite her in the ass. I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here like there was supposed to be so much more angst in Colette's entire story, but then the twins came in and I was like, oh, actually, I don't need to make it angsty. Like, there's no need for that. Like, I would still make it angsty, but like the angst that I had in mind for Colette specifically, it just didn't work anymore. Maybe I will write like an AU where actually the angst happens, where there is no where maybe Colette has some um, not as good coping mechanisms. Like she doesn't even have coping mechanisms. She's just surprisingly well adjusted. I say surprisingly, like she isn't at least over 500 years old. Because if I remember the timeline correctly, then whatever happened in it's not the first reincarnation, but there was like something about this one reincarnation was like 500 years ago, and I was like, yeah, okay, no, that's fine. And then there was another myth coming out where it was even earlier, and I was like, okay, sure, why not? So yes. Oh my god, I made a joke because no, it was 800 years because right because Raphael in one of his like little stories, he says it's been 800 years. So people were like, "Oh my god, is that actually how long he has been waiting?" So, that's kind of what I went with. Don't worry about it. But yes. So the joke only makes sense if we keep in mind that Raphael has been like waiting around forever for the MC, like to meet the MC again. He does find her in like multiple reincarnations apparently, but like we don't know much about that. Too much about that. So yes, I made the joke. Guess that little fishy isn't the only one who has been waiting around, and it's fair enough, fair enough. Um. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. I took care of everyone's about part for the lore thingy, so don't worry about that. For future OCs, I will probably send the template like with the short info and the about to the people to fill out themselves. But for now, I did it for everyone, so don't worry about that. I just took parts from the lore that you guys sent me and kind of like did some little points. So don't worry about that. For future OCs, I'm gonna send the template out to people if they are interested in joining though, so that they can have what they want on the slides. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I was actually worried that I would put stuff on this slide that people maybe didn't want to have on the slide, so I was sitting here like sweating. I was sitting here like, oh, but what if they don't want this to be on the slide? Maybe they wanted this to be a surprise during the reading. So I was just saying like, okay, don't worry. I did read. I didn't. Okay, I did the diagonal reading. I did the diagonal reading thing where I didn't read like every single word in every sentence, but the diagonal reading where I was like looking for specific information. What information? I didn't know that when I did the diagonal reading. I was like waiting for something to catch my eye and I was like, yeah, okay, no, I can put that in. So I did the teacher reading, exactly. I was like, yeah, I kind of want the surprise still if I read about that, like from the people. Like when we're reading it on stream, I want to be surprised still. So I was just like, yeah, no, let me just do the diagonal reading. It's alright. So yes. Okay. Let's continue. The concept of Colette being a vampire basically came about because I wanted her to have spent a long time with those feelings of love already. to have seen what the love between Raphael and MC has caused over and over again, and asked, is that really worth it? A little fun fact, in my mind's canon, she has brought this exact question up to Raphael before. Let's say it didn't end well, okay? Don't worry about that. But yes, basically, what you need to know about the Raphael and MC timelines, or in general, all of the past life timelines, they never end well. One of them always dies. It's either the MC that dies or it's the love interest that dies. And Colette has just been watching this, and she's like sitting there like, yeah, but is that really worth it? Like, yeah, I mean, I guess you guys are in love and shit, but like, really? Again? You know. Okay, Blank, we will see if I'm still online in 5 hours. If I keep yapping like this, then probably. So, yes. Of course, I could have made it something else with a long lifespan, but I definitely didn't want it to be a Lemurian because, like, Lemurians are the ones that are beneath um Raphael, and I was worried that the new game law would come out and make what I've established for her unworkable. So I went an easier route, and then the people were like, "Oh my god, maybe Celis is gonna be a vampire." I was like, "Okay, okay." The yap always guides my actions every day. Don't worry about it, Tori. I'm so good at letting the yap guide me. Um, oh my god, actually, I wrote down something else for the Silas part. This was around the time that Silas got announced, and there were so many theories about him being a vampire, so I immediately latched onto that. For some reason, it seems like I was a lot more confident that a game couldn't come up with any vampire lore that would destroy everything I established for Colette. And well, lucky me, Silas isn't a vampire, so that means any vampire lore is now up to me, myself, and I. Basically, I have to say about any vampire lore happening in the Love and Deep Space universe. I am joking mostly, but like also not quiet. Like this is my canon now. Don't worry about it. Anyways, what I, the ultimate writer of vampire lore for Love and Deep Space, have decided is vampires are kind of like Lemurians. I know this doesn't say much to you at all. Okay. Like vampires didn't get hunted down the same way Lemurians did. Most of them were actually doing the hunting because Lemurians are very, very tasty, and if the humans are already doing much of the heavy lifting, well, can't blame them for joining in, right? Wrong. There's now a ban on consuming Lemurian blood forever! Anyways, you will never guess who put that law into effect. That was supposed to be part of the angsty backstory for my Colette. And then the angst just kind of went away, but I was sitting there like, I'm just gonna keep that law in because it's a good law. Stop eating the Lemurians, please. I'm so sorry. I am grieving the angsty backstory for my Colette so much because I still have it vividly in my mind. It could have been so great. It would have been so great. But it wouldn't have made sense anymore with other things that I decided. So I'm just sitting here like missing my angst. I'm so gonna bring it back. Maybe for a myth card. Maybe actually it can. Oh my god! Actually, I'm having an idea for a myth card. I'm so sorry. Let me write that down. Me sitting here like that one SpongeBob meme with Patrick. Like write that down. Write that down. I'm gonna write that down. Give me a second, everyone. I have to write my idea down. Oh no. Sorry. Okay, Colette. Eh. No. Myth story. There we go. I'm not gonna read out loud what I'm gonna be writing down, so let me sit in silence for a second. I'm so sorry. Please enjoy the music that might be going on in the background. Can you hear the music? Me sitting here like, because I'm pretty sure it's a. Okay, there we go. Not yapping while on stream is feeling so uncomfortable. I'm gonna be so honest. Now you can. Okay, I'm glad. Oh, I just had a better idea. Okay, okay, my notes app is running out of space. I get it. Okay, okay, okay. I'm so sorry, everyone. Um, I don't. Okay, wait. Let me. Oh no, not the 4 a.m. epiphanies. This is so valid though. Okay, let me. Okay. Um, can you hear me typing? I hope you can. So you at least have some kind of ASMR going while I keep being quiet. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm almost done. Okay, I wrote it down. Don't worry, I'm back. I'm back. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm back. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm glad you all could hear the typing. And my brain was going a mile a minute. I'm having ideas that are above my creation level. They are not. Not necessarily. Um, I will have to sit down and actually work out the actual plot because I was like, for some reason, this is happening. I'm like, okay. Yeah, no, for some reason it is happening. I'm sorry. But also yes, I'm back. We can go back into my OC yapping. I'm sorry. Mm-mm. Okay, important part. Vampires are very much a myth to humans, and we're keeping it that way. Vampires established their entire society behind a bit of a veil, so even though vampires are most certainly walking amongst humans, they also have what could be called their own dimension, I guess. Basically, they have a home to return to without causing the regular questions of how long have you been 17? That is totally not a Twilight reference. Don't worry about it. It is totally a Twilight reference. I'm sorry. I don't know why I lied about that. Oh, yeah, on that note, let's go. Quick vampire age intersection. I wrote every time I work on OCs, I swear, I make so much actual backstory stuff that has nothing to do with the character directly, but it intersects with the character. It's so much world building lore that I put into my OC apps. I'm so sorry, everyone. Anyways, back to vampire age. They can manipulate what age they look like to a certain degree. But there is an age where their bodies naturally stop aging and revert back to if manipulated. So basically, even if they make themselves look older or younger, if they don't work on maintaining that with like concentration and stuff like that and putting energy into it, they're just gonna go back to that age where their body is most comfortable at automatically. The exact age depends from vampire to vampire. Presenting as an age younger or older is possible, but takes an extreme amount of control, focus, and power. That is why it was a thing in noble society for a very long time that nobility had to keep up a specific age range that is not their natural quote unquote one, just to basically flex that they have the power to do so. Nobility's got a nobility always. I'm so sorry. I need nobility to be nobility. I need them to have wacky ass rules for themselves just to make sure that they are not mistaken for the common folk and that they can be like, but look, I'm better than the common folk. I'm sorry. That is just what I need. That is what I need from my nobility. They need to be kind of assholes. All that to say, humanity is living blissfully unaware of the hungry danger that is always watching, in large parts thanks to Colette and a few other old vampires. Colette herself has been born into the aforementioned vampire nobility, so her rise to power started at a pretty high place already. And with how driven she is to succeed, it wasn't much of a surprise that she managed to carve her own spot at the top, reaching even higher than her parents ever dared to. Right? Like, nobility just gotta. I need them to be a bit fucked up as a treat. Um, to reach that high, she had to make sure to provide very tangible achievements that no one could refute. So, shortly after she got to meet Raphael and MC in their first cycle, Colette had to leave for a trial specific to nobility. I'm just realizing every OC that I've introduced to you guys had to go through some kind of trial. Not like an abstract trial of, oh, for character growth, just like an actual trial that is made by some supernatural force to gain some kind of powers. And I'm sensing a pattern here. I'm not gonna lie. Um, One could imagine it a bit like going abroad to study, except that it is into the oldest vampire's consciousness. I'm gonna give you more context. Okay, let's get into the context. Um, not the writer's canon events. I didn't know that I would have one of those, but I'm glad that it happened on an OC stream. I'm gonna be so honest. Okay, the entire Veil and Loki separate dimension situation that Vampire Society has going on is all thanks to the First Traveler. First Traveler capitalized, by the way. That is its title. That's, you know. Or simply put, the oldest vampire. This vampire had abilities that even the strongest vampires nowadays can only dream of ever reaching, and this vampire, fearing that their children, read younger vampires, could face danger if discovered, decided to put themselves into a deep eternal sleep to create and maintain what is now the home to every vampire. The noble families are ones that are immediate descendants of this first traveler, and as such they are the only ones who stand a chance of surviving inside their ancestors' consciousness. This entire thing is for safety means. The nobility is expected to protect and keep in check the rest of vampire society, and in exchange they are provided with considerable additional power directly from the first traveler. Well, that is, the nobles who survived the trial. At least in this trial, I'm killing people off. In the last trial, no one got killed off, so there's that. As might have become apparent, the first traveler is very focused on keeping everyone safe and alive, so they can't just have anyone in charge, right? And yeah, sure, nobility is nobility, but even among nobility, there are always those who are just lacking. And having a lacking person in charge really doesn't sound like it would keep everyone else safe and sound, so. Into the consciousness it is. In there, the noble vampire partaking in the trial is left fully to their own devices. Any situations that are created by the first traveler need to be solved by that noble alone and to the full satisfaction of the first traveler. These situations can range from negotiations to more business oriented things, but can also be something a lot more dangerous that could result in death. Most times there will be a mix of situations for every trial because the whole thing takes quite a bit of time. Once the trial has started, the noble is only able to leave again upon successfully clearing everything or upon being deemed unfit. If they should be deemed unfit and survive the trial, they will be stripped of their rank as a noble, having to live out the rest of their days among the other vampires. Of course, every noble has the right to refuse to partake in the trial, but if they should decide to do so, they also automatically give up their rank. Should the noble die during the trial, the information will be relayed to the outside, but the body will be absorbed by the first traveler. That covers the most important parts of the trials for now. Back to how this relates to Colette. As established, she is very driven to succeed, so when the time came for her to take part in the trial, there was no question about whether or not she wanted to partake. The only question in her mind was, how can I possibly set myself apart from the rest and rise above them? The answer to that came to her surprisingly easy when she managed to get through the entire trial in a mere 103 years. The fastest clearing that anyone has been able to achieve, and, as of yet, an unbroken record. This was her first achievement on her way up, and many more were to follow. But that is also the first time she was confronted with the very short lifespans of humans, because while Colette was doing her trial, MC died. And yes, of course, MC died young, I'm pretty sure. I'm not actually sure about that. I'm sitting here like, yeah, no, I still don't understand the Love and Deep Space lore. I don't know which one was the first reincarnation of the MC for the Raphael timeline. So I'm just sitting here like, I'm sure she died young. Like, that seems about right, right? But even before Colette found out about this, she had already been told by every other vampire that humans just simply don't live that long. That no matter how well this particular human would have lived, they would have still already been dead or close to it by the time she finished her trial. So yeah, that was pretty much her awakening to properly understand what the differences in lifespans really mean. And we are just gonna skip the details on what happened with Lemurians because Raphael might be my fave among the love interests, but even he can force me to actually study up on the history. Exactly, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, in the Love and Deep Space game, it's very much established that a lot of the Lemurians are dead at this point in time. So there is that. Also, hi Mage, how you doing? How's it going? I'm yapping at you guys right now about my wonderful girly Colette. She's a vampire, if you can believe that. But yes, how you doing? How's it going? Mm-mm. Okay, right. What is more important to know is that since creating Colette, I never planned for her to be crazily obsessed with Raphael, even though she is in love with him. Yes, even in the angsty backstory, there was no overly obsessed version of her. Maybe that's like an alternate version, maybe? But not this version. Not this version or the initial draft for Colette. I'm sorry about that. It would have been so fun. She would have been such a good yandere, but like, nah, no obsessed Colette ever. I'm so sorry. But yes, after the initial infatuation phase, her love for him just became a constant thing she carried around with her, never something she had the urge to act upon. Even more so after seeing Raphael and MC together multiple times. Most of the time, Colette thought the two were actually quite cute together, and over time, she herself grew very fond of MC. But of course, we all know that MC rarely has a good time for long in her incarnations, because at some point something bad happens to either her or one of the love interests. Yes, I'm so sorry. It's so sad. Either she dies or the love interest dies, and it's like, okay, I guess. Sometimes I think they both die, actually. Anyways, moving on. To her credit, Colette does feel bad for MC and does keep an eye on her when she can, but she still has to do her job as a noble and take proper care of vampire society. So she spends most of her time divided between gaining achievements to cement her own position, keeping other vampires in check, and looking over MC. That is at least for a while. More specifically, until she sees the need to put rules in place on how vampires are to interact with reincarnations of previous loved ones. Or, well, how to not interact might be more accurate. Having seen one too many cases of a vampire, very obviously much older than the person of the desire, resorting to creepy tactics that can only be described as grooming, Colette decides that for the benefit of the humans, as well as the honor of vampire society, some rules need to be put in place. And so she did. There was opposition to the idea initially, especially from the older vampires, who had been accustomed to how things had been before, but Colette had amassed enough power for herself at that point that she could have implemented this new rule simply by force if necessary. Which means, yay, more vampire lore. I'm so sorry you have to listen to more vampire lore, everyone. A very, very short summary of these rules. Vampires are not allowed to approach reincarnations of loved ones except for unavoidable cases. For example, buying something from them, but it has to stay strictly as a customer worker relationship. The human has to initiate everything, needs to be the one to approach, the one to flirt, the one to make physical contact. And just because the human has initiated doesn't mean that the vampire is now free to act upon it. A human's fancy is fleeting and ever changing in the eyes of a vampire, which means that the human has to keep up the initiating for at least a year, just to make sure that they have an actual interest and it isn't just them being slightly infatuated. The vampire, on the other hand, is not allowed to do anything in this time frame that could possibly get the person to act towards a specific outcome. Out of my way. Um, so basically, that means that no vampire is allowed to show any kind of approval or disapproval to the attention they are getting from the human. I'm sorry, there was a notification in the way of me reading off my phone, so basically I love this rule because I just made it so much harder for every vampire and my own character to interact with anyone that's human. I was basically like, nah, you guys are creepy. You're old and you're creepy and leave the poor young humans alone. Stop it. I literally took a look at every vampire franchise. I was like, yeah, but why is the 17-year-old gonna be together with the 200-year-old vampire though? So I was like, yeah, no, we're establishing a rule. And actually, the rule was supposed to bring more angst because, um, I love her angst backstory so much, and I'm so sad that it's not there anymore. But don't worry, we are writing the AU. I have an idea of how it works for the mystery, so don't worry about it. You will need to listen to me yap about my poor girlie going through the worst time. It's okay, probably. Don't worry about it. But yes. Mm, the rules for dating or having any close relationship, which also counts like friendships, with any human are very similar to this, to be honest, with a bit more leeway for really young vampires, but this only applies to the ones that are under 90, because I imagine that at that point they would have the maturity level equivalent of like a 30-year-old human. I wrote down the actual age difference still makes it a squint worthy thing, but we have to do what we can to not cause an uprising among the young ones, I fear. You know how it is. Keep the young ones in check, but like also be a bit softer on them. Be like, yeah, no, you're 90 now. Of course you can still interact with some humans. Not all of them. But like some of them probably. Plus, if they're only 90, then there is a good chance that not a lot of the humans that I have interacted with have reincarnated yet. So, you know, should be alright. Actually, maybe there should be a rule for the 90-year-old young vampires to not approach young humans, even if they haven't not met them in a previous incarnation yet. So, I should think about that, maybe. Okay, right, and after they turn 90, it becomes a case by case kind of thing until they reach the age of 120, at which point they are now bound to the exact same strict rules as anyone else. And let's be honest, considering everything, vampires might as well just give up on the hope of ever being with a reincarnated lover ever again. Because what human is realistically going to keep initiating contact for a year or longer while getting not even an indication of returned interest? Okay, to be fair, there might be some humans out there who would do that, but I'm sure they would be a minority. Should is doing all of the heavy lifting. Should is very much my worker be at this point. Okay, with these rules in place now, though that also means that Colette can no longer be the one to approach Raphael or MC. Of course, she still gets information on what and how they are doing, but she herself can no longer get involved, even if she knows that something is about to happen. Considering that her hands are basically bound, there has been the thought that maybe she should just stop getting information on the two, save herself the hassle and the worries, but ultimately she has still decided to keep an eye on them up until modern times. Not the internal screaming, I'm so sorry. It's alright, Mo. It will be resolved at some point, maybe. And that is where we get to do our time skip into the future. And more importantly, the game time. Colette has created her own very lucrative position as one of the top information brokers worldwide, which is largely thanks to all of the time she has had to establish herself. While others might be limited by their short lifespans, no such thing applies to her, and so she capitalizes on that. Ah, yes, the wonders of immortality and of inheriting your own wealth over and over again. She's such a Nepo baby, but she's also not a Nepo baby. She is her own Nepo baby, but she's also her parents' Nepo baby. If you think about it, she is the ultimate Nepo baby, actually. She is Nepoing so hard. Good for her. Good for her, actually. Speaking of her being an information broker, I can now finally get into her evil, which I've been excited for a good while. I decided for Colette's evil to be blood, or well, I guess water if we are being really specific, to go along with the entire vampire concept. A vampire manipulating blood freely is such a staple, right? But also her evil being water was a really nice choice when we consider that Raphael has fire but lives or lived in the water. I just think that's neat, right? Anyways, back to the blood manipulation and how this works. Manipulating water is a lot easier than actually manipulating blood, among other things because it doesn't prompt questions of where did you get that blood from, but that's just a by the by. But as Colette is a noble, she cannot simply be as good with her abilities as others are. Even just being a bit better than everyone else is not good enough in the eyes of nobility. She has to be so far above everyone else's level that there is never a worry that anyone could come close, and she has to make it look absolutely effortless. Because of this, one will rarely ever see her actually using water for her abilities, even if she might be able to do even greater feats if she did. It is about making sure that no one else can do it the way she can, and not about doing the things that she would be naturally good at. Thinking about her evil in combination with her work as an information broker, I decided to go with the assumption of water retains memories, and that is what she uses to get most of her information. We are also just gonna ignore the giant information network that she has built throughout her entire life, right? Yeah? Don't worry. She's getting information from the really big information network she has, but like her blood her blood bending is the most important part, right? Don't worry about that. Of course, she could just read whatever body of water is nearby, and sometimes that is what she has to do, but more often than not, she will be using a small amount of blood to create little butterflies that she can send off to do some spying for her. Why butterflies? She likes them and she has a reputation to uphold, so making something small and delicate will only help to show off how great her control over her abilities is. I promise it would make sense. I promise there was a reason. I also gave her a scythe for fighting. Once again, mostly for the aesthetic and because it was very easy to incorporate the blood manipulation into the weapon. That also means though that the scythe is very obviously for show mostly because to create the bladed parts she needs blood. Okay, you can't see the scythe, I'm very sorry. Basically, the scythe is made out of metal, but the blades are made by her controlling blood to create blades, you know? So that is just whatever you're picturing right now for the scythe, probably right. In some canon, that has to be correct. Don't worry about it. Um, but yes, to create the bladed part, she needs blood, which means that she will need to have made someone bleed a considerable amount already before she's even able to use her scythe properly. I wish I could say that this is another weird thing that nobility is going on, but unfortunately, this is just a Colette exclusive. So yeah, basically, she already has to fight and make people bleed to get the blood for her scythe. So at the point where she takes out her scythe, actually the fight is actually halfway over already. She probably would have been able to just finish that beforehand. She could have just continued fighting without the scythe. Don't worry about that though. Moving on though, thanks to her work as an information broker, she is very well connected, and this also extends to the N109 zone. Important point, this is an actual canon place in the games, and it is basically where all of the criminals and stuff like that hide. One of the love interests is also there, don't worry. If you need something criminally done, you go into the N109 zone, I guess is the deal. But this means we are finally at the part that I alluded to very early on. One thing everyone needs to know about me is that I really like the twins. I do. Instantly fell for their charming ways the first time they got introduced, and now they are sharing the spot of my number one for this game. So needless to say, I just had to have Colette getting involved with them, and by extension Silas and MC, but this isn't about them, don't worry about it. This is about the twins, this is not about anyone else. Even the love interest of Rafaela is taking a backseat, I'm gonna be so honest. I was so excited for the twins. Of course, earlier we were talking about all these rules of how vampires are supposed to interact with mortals, but not to worry because I didn't plan for Colette to be romantically involved with either of the twins. She sees the two more as particularly interesting and amusing kids, and doesn't mind humoring them and spending some time with them. Fortunately for her, she has business to take care of with Silas fairly regularly, so she finds herself interacting with the twins just as often, even without breaking any of the rules. And once the time period stipulated by the rules has come to pass, she is now free to interact with the twins of her own accord, instead of having to wait for them to approach her. Which is fun, right? She gets to have friends. They're not friends. Like I said, she sees them as amusing kids. It's like it's like going over to your friend's place and they have like children, and one of them is just like really funny or something, or they get up to the wildest shit, and you're just sitting back and you're like, I'm kind of worried, but also I do want to see what they are going to do next. So I'm gonna let them. I'm gonna let them cook for now, right? So that's basically what's going on with them. But yes, at this point, Colette is basically just the go-to information broker that is playing around with the twins whenever not needed for any other duties. Also, her having this one-sided love for Raphael is still going on to this day, but is more of a reflex instead of an active feeling of love that keeps evolving. So that's the basic things done. The next part I called Now Time for My Delulu. You know how it is. Okay, if she actually ever were to be put into the game, I would really enjoy having her as a possible love interest for our MC. I'm totally not biased, don't worry about that. And as a possible context for information gathering when MC is romancing someone else. At this point, I have to say, okay, I know the game doesn't really bring up the other love interests if you are interacting with one of them. Which is like if you're interacting with Raphael, like if you're playing his route or like if you're playing some of his cards, none of the other love interests are gonna be brought up like by name or something. Though there have been some allusions recently, if I remember correctly. But basically, so it is unlikely that she could become the information broker if you're not playing her route or like doing her cards or something like that. I just really want her to be able to look out for MC. She needs it, okay? Okay, I think her route would actually be really frustrating for the player, simply because of some of the vampire lore that I have established. Colette is the one who made the rule that vampires are not allowed to approach reincarnations of people they have known before. So, what do you think will happen if she is the one to break that rule by approaching MC and being closer to her than is strictly necessary? Absolute chaos, that is what. Absolutely, that is what would be happening. In my mind, that would create a ripple effect that goes not just through all of vampire society, but also the human society, and the consequences would very likely be a bunch of old ass vampires going after the young reincarnations of their past loved ones. Because if Colette, a very old noble vampire with the accompanying standing, is breaking the rule that she has held up for so long, then really, what is stopping anyone else? Rules for thee, but not for me? Don't think so. Basically, my poor girl has to adhere to her own rules even more than anyone else. So there is no vampire uprising. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep the old creepy vampires away from the youngins, okay? And for that, my poor girl has to suffer, but it's okay, don't worry about that. And at that point, even if she were to try to put her foot down and keep everyone in check, no one would listen to a hypocrite like that. And yes, maybe not everyone would be creepy about the whole thing, but do we really want to risk that? Colette certainly doesn't, and she is more than aware of the consequences that getting close to a mortal like that could have. So yeah, no missteps for her, no sire. Anyways, for the players, that would mean that now they can get the same deluxe treatment trademarked twice in the same game. For anyone who doesn't know, Zane, I don't think it's a spoiler because that has been out quite a long time for his um, story yet. Basically, Zane got kind of cursed by a god that he went against to save the MC in one of the past lives. So he got cursed that he is not allowed to be together with the MC in like the new timelines, like in any other timeline. So basically, if he's just like very holding back for most of the time and not doing much, you know how it is. So yes, I'm so sorry. I could not get the concept of vampire grooming out of my head when I realized that. Oh yeah, that's like what happens in every single vampire meteor. So I was like, yeah, let's make sure that nothing creepy can happen. And also, this is great for angst, so I'm gonna put that in. I'm gonna make this entire rule, and then my girlie is gonna regret it at some point because she's sitting there like, I can't talk to the MC, or I can't talk to Raphael, or can't talk to this person. But it's okay. She's old. She's gonna get over it. But yes, important part is Zane is known as the coldest, or was known as the coldest, love interest for a good while. Which I think that changed. Honestly, everyone, it's time to hydrate. It's hydrate pause time. So yeah, that is the important thing to know. Oh, and stretch. Okay, yeah, let's go. And stretch time too. Very good, Crasher. Drink water, everyone. It's time. Yay! Fantastic work, everyone. But yes, fantastic, right? So now you can get that twice in the same game. Because Colette is not gonna do shit for you. I'm sorry, that's mean. She's very helpful. She just can't be like romantic. You know how it is. No vampire grooming for her. No. Oh. Um, Colette would have her hands bound when it comes to any flirting with the MC, and there could only be a chance if there is enough plausible deniability, which can only happen so many times without becoming overdone for the players or suspicious to vampire society. Not your golf wife, Rude. Honestly, she could become a. Right now, she's. I need you guys to know, for her color scheme, for her clothing and stuff like that, I was thinking Nemo. You know, like Nemo from Finding Nemo. That is all I had in mind when I colored her clothing. She would look so good in the traditional vampire aesthetic of like dark clothes and like like gowns and stuff like that. But I was sitting there like, nah, Fishman is a love interest. I'm gonna make her dress like Nemo. I'm so sorry. It worked out too. I think the orange and the blue go together fantastically. But also, my poor girl just became Nemo. I'm so sorry. But yes, um, oh yeah, so as per the rules, MC needs to initiate everything, and because we know how the world works, it's not just a thing of, oh, MC initiated the flirting with me once. So that means that she's interested, and I can now reciprocate without breaking the rules. Because as stated further up, when talking about the whole reincarnation and vampire society intersection thing, the human has to keep that interest up for a good while. That means MC would have to do her best while Colette can basically only stand there and do nothing much. Very exciting stuff, everyone. You have never seen a love story like it. But yeah, Colette would still willingly help MC out with whatever she needs under the pretense that she is only doing her job as an information broker. Especially if it is relating to the protocol MC is looking into, or something like that, because as established, Colette has grown fond of her over all the reincarnations that she has witnessed. Even most of the player is playing her route, or moments. I don't know if you actually call it route in the games. It would be kind of a whatever it is, just say the word and it shall be yours kind of vibe, but played off as something more casual because Colette simply isn't allowed to show that kind of devotion. I love her so much. I wish she could just show her devotion. I'm gonna be so honest. I established the rules. I did this to us. I did this to us. And now I'm sitting here like, man, I wish the rules were different, man. But what can you do about the rules? I could change them, but like, don't worry about anything. Oh yeah, then we get to card stories. Some could definitely be Colette and MC going traveling to find some information, or even them going undercover, which would be fun. Would be so so fun. You have OC involvement, you will use machinations if you have. Please do, Momo, please do. Change the rules, kill the rules, it's alright. Oh my god, actually, everyone, you need to know Momo actually saves Colette's private life a bit, in the sense of Colette can at least have one friend that she can interact with normally from the beginning without having to wait that 1 year, because that dude is also old as fuck as far as I remember, right, Momo? Maybe I shouldn't call your boy old as fuck. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that, I think. He is an older gentleman. So yes, at least Colette gets to have like one friend question mark. Okay. Oh yeah, then we go to the myth cards. With the myth cards, you have to know they're always some kind of past life or like alternate universe kind of deal. Then regular cards, they're like very modern times, like current times, maybe a bit in the future when a relationship has been established. You know how it is. So yes, I mean, Momo, that just means Colette and your boy are two peas in a pod, because they both don't look their age. My girlie is like over 800 years at least. But yes, so we get to the myth cards. Um, I would put it somewhere between the first Raphael cycle and Colette establishing the reincarnation no rule timeline wise. Because actually, I think I think for the first myth, she needs to kind of get involved with the MC, right? Like there needs to be like some kind of like romantic interest or like romantic connection being established with the MC. And if the rule has already established that, hey, by the way, you're not allowed to go get close to her because you have known her in a previous life, so no, very bad. Go back. Time to take a breather here. So it needs to be before the rule. That is yes. Um, mm, mm, mm. It would be a reincarnation where MC doesn't run into any of the other love interests, which draws Colette's attention and worries her, to be honest. So she puts herself into the MC's life, at first only to look over her until one of the usual faces enters the playing field, but they grow closer in the time they spend together, and if none of the others show up, then who can really blame her if she starts to feel that almost forgotten excitement whenever she meets up with MC? But yeah, these myth cards are set at that point in the timeline for a reason, and so we can only imagine what must have happened to the MC for Colette to work out a rule that keeps vampires away from reincarnation. The rule gets established one way or another, like even if their romance doesn't happen with the MC, the rule still gets established, though. Like, don't worry. Um, there's just more personal reasons for the rule if like the romance route is being taken with Colette. But don't worry about that. Mm-mm. So far, we have one in-universe myth card, same timeline, and one past life or AU myth card. Oh my god. I hate that I still don't understand the timeline of Love and Deep Space. I'm just gonna do whatever I want, actually. I'm just gonna keep doing what I want. Who needs to pay attention to anything else, right? Okay, apart from that, I think it would be really fun if there were some cards where MC can get some first-hand insight into vampire society. This is just me because I love world building and I need to yap to you guys about my world building. So I want to write card events where it's just, oh, MC, come to this wonderful part of the vampire society with me. And I just get to yap and yap and yap about vampire society to everyone. I'm so sorry. Mm, like I know most lore stuff would probably be coming up in the anecdotes, but I just really want to see MC herself having to navigate through all that. Or, well, less navigate. I guess it would be more likely that Colette would be a leading MC with a possessive hand on her lower back, as she smiles down at her but sends warning glares to any vampire that even thinks about stepping out of place. And oh my god, I'm reading this out loud in my head, and I feel like I saw that exact scene happen in Vampire Night. The Kaname Kuran allegations can no longer be denied. There we go. We have come full circle. I'm so sorry, everyone. I never tried to. I never tried to deny the allegations that she's like Kaname Kuran, but like, don't worry about it. Now it just has become even more, even more noticeable. Oh my god, yes. Let's go get to the fun facts. Um, I just flipped Raphael's birthday to come up with Colette's because Raphael's birthday is the 6th of March. There we go. March 6th is Raphael's birthday, so I just flipped it and was like, yeah, that's her birthday now, don't worry about it. um, yeah, I was really leaning into like small connections when I first started working on Colette. That's also why the evil worked out the way it did and everything. But like, don't worry about it. Also, her evil being water was simply because I thought bloodbending would be cool for her to do. All other explanations I gave above were just me justifying why it would totally work. And I think I did great. I think I defended my bloodbending very well. I think it makes sense, right? Um, oh yeah, Colette's entire concept, except for the high ranking vampire part, was supposed to be different. Exactly, me sitting here mourning the angst that I had to take away from her. um, so yeah, now we have this. I am going to write something for the OG concept of her though. I have plans already. I have set plans into motion, and no one can stop me at this point. Oh yeah, the thing I already told you, for her outfit colors my only thought was, and still is, Nemo. I'm so honest, that it's still Nemo. Her hair being a jellyfish cut, which you can't see much in this picture. I have a different picture of her where you can actually see the jellyfishness of the jellyfish cut. But yeah, that was equally as well thought through as the colors. I was just like, yeah, fishy. Fishy colors, fishy haircut, all good. Um, oh yeah, she is the OC that made me realize that I don't know how to draw a parasol or umbrella. I also couldn't be bothered to learn in a sense. I did try my best. It does look a bit wonky. That's why half of the of it is cut off. Don't worry about it. But also, she carries the parasol with her at all times. So, I kind of have to learn to draw it if I want to keep drawing her. So just saying like, this is gonna be so fun. Umbrellas are very cool. Yes, Tori, I saw your opinion on umbrellas. This doesn't make sense for anyone else yet. I'm sorry, but like I saw your opinion on the umbrellas. But yes. Oh yeah, I didn't intend for this, but whenever I'm writing her, she kind of takes on an older sister slash cool aunt vibe, which wasn't intended. But you know what? Considering that she is multiple hundreds of years old, I can't complain. Which, you know, being an older sister type is better than being the grandma type for her, probably. Um, oh yeah, the theme that fits her the most is love that is willing to let go. You know, like the selfless kind of love where you let the other person go because it is best for them and will bring them more happiness, while all you can allow yourself is to watch from a distance and be happy for them, even while knowing that you can never be that happiness for them. I need you guys to know that I put a smiley face after that. I was like, yeah, oh my god, she has realized very early on that her love will never be reciprocated because she has been watching Raphael and MC, and like she can't even hate either of them for this because like yes, these are her feelings, she is responsible for them, but also have you looked at them? They are really cute together. Actually, it is quite questionable that they find their way back to each other over and over again, or more that Raphael makes his way back to the MC over and over again, considering how it always ends. Like she can't get behind that, but like also she's sitting there like, no, I if that is what makes the two of you happy, even if just for a short while, I will let you do that. Even if that's gonna hurt me every time, because like every time you guys just keep on dying early. But it's alright, don't worry about it. And she can never be the happiness for them. That would probably be also a plot point in her actual card stories, because she would not believe that she could actually bring happiness to the MC, even if the MC was to romantically pursue her. Which is fun, right? Um, you need to know there's a claw machine game in Love and Deep Space, and you can like every love interest has like something special that they do with the claw machine. Some of them cheat with the evils. Some of them, Raphael, just puts more money into the machine so he have more tries. But basically, she would absolutely be the cheating type. She would absolutely use her evil just to get the whatever plushie it is that the MC wants. No thoughts about that. Would absolutely. Also, the kitty cat game, no mercy. She is going to make small talk at the same time to get some intel while she is at it, but she is also gonna be focused on absolutely beating whoever her opponent is. Colette is definitely one of those vampires that drink their blood from wine glasses only because everything else is low class. She's looking at the other vampires who are not drinking from a wine glass and she's like, no manners nowadays. Like, don't worry about it. She knows what she's up to. Out of the major arcana in tarot, I would be assigning her the strength card. Also, after working on Colette for all this time, I actually grew really fond of her, so she is now one of my main staple OCs that gets put into other stories. She has not made her way into another story yet, or like into another franchise, but she is one that is being considered whenever that happens. And she gets a sibling in the OC verse. Like she has an actual sibling in the OC verse, not in the actual Love and Deep Space story part, but like in in the OC verse where she exists as an OC, she does have a sister. It's another one of my OCs that you do not know yet. But it's okay, don't worry about that. And we are done with her! Congrats, Colette, you exist now! I say like she hasn't existed beforehand. Me taking a really big gulp of my drink because wow, I was yapping. Oh my god, should I do the thing of what you do with presentations? After every OC, we're gonna do a bit of a Q&A round. Do you guys want to do that? Do you even have questions about her? I was talking about her so much, I'm not sure if there's still questions left to ask. That was a very huge mouthful. You are right. let me keep drinking for a second. You can all do what you want to do for a second. I'm just gonna be drinking and refilling my glass while I'm at it. Oh my god, it's so sweet, Tori. I'm sure Colette is very flattered. I am. As the creator, I am very, very flattered. Me sitting here like, oh my god, that's such a compliment. I love it when I can infect people's brains with my own OCs. Let me close this. Let me please. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Close the bottle. But yes, now that we're done with Colette, we can move on to the next OC. Does anyone want to guess us who it is? I totally did tell you in the beginning of who it's gonna be, who the next one is going to be. So there's that. Ba-bow. No questions for now, Joanna. Very good presentation. Thank you so much. This is me sitting here like, oh my god, I knew I still had it in me to do school presentations. I think Crasher knows who's next. Don't worry about it, Crasher. There it is. Okay, it's time to open the first part of the Crasher one. This is Crasher's OC, everyone. Say hello to Umbrus. Or don't say hello to Umbrus because Umbrus is mean. Also, don't mind me putting Heartless down as a gender. I think it fits. I'm pretty sure that fits. Oh my god, same Tori. I'm so glad that I went to like a language type of school so I could somehow work my hyperfixations into a lot of my presentations, which was great because the most important part was that I spoke the language that I was holding the presentation in. So if I was like, hey, I would like to hold a presentation on the, multiverse theory, my teachers were like, what is that? Like, yeah, it's like a scientific theory of like multiple universes existing at parallel to each other. They're like, sure, sure. You hold that presentation. It has to be in English, please. Language students do keep winning. Yes, it's lovely, isn't it? Hello, hello, darkness. Oh no. But yes, Crasher, feel free to interject with anything you want to say about your OC. We are going to incorporate that into the stream. Like if you have something like additional information that isn't in the things that you have written down for me already, then let me know. Also, don't worry about it. I have paid attention to your updated outfit and lore stuff in the sense of there will be more coming in here. Um, because it's not my OC, I put the about for you guys. But I am probably not gonna be able to do the same thing that I did for my OC, where I go like point by point and tell you about it. So I'm just gonna read to you what you guys have written me, like written down for me. Read that out for you, and you can kind of follow along on the side with the bullet points because I made sure that they are in the order of how they appear in the writing in a way. So yes, let's go. Um, I did not know the age, Crasher, and I did not want to come bother you. If you want to, you could tell me now, and we could do that. But we don't have to. You can just we can just leave it at question mark. I think that was the age for most people, actually. I'm gonna be so honest. I think most of the OCs we have today just have question marks for the age, so don't worry about it. Okay, let me begin. This is Crash's Heartless, his dark side that he fashions by the name of Umbrus. I hope I'm doing the pronunciation of Umbrus right. Age is the funniest thing. Same age, same gender. Okay, okay, I see. Um, he carries the same features, personality, and keyblade like Crasher, but unlike Crasher Cohen, Umbrus. Oh my god, I swear I can read. Let me take a deep breath. Everyone, take the deep breath with me. In for 4. Hold for 4. And out for like 6. I don't know. I don't know how it actually works. I usually have other people guide me through breaths. Okay, let's try this again. He carries the same features, personality, and Keyblade like Crasher, but unlike Crasher Cohen, Umbras is the polar opposite of him. He is created as a resulting embodiment of his negative emotions, thoughts, raging jealousy out of the boxing ring, and unresolved grief for his coach, the Blitz, that merge into being from a resurrection ritual gone wrong. Umbras, as he stands, wields the power of darkness and does everything in his power to undermine and destroy Crasher, to obtain his heart that split from the attempt to release an unknown entity, and to become complete and rule the earth under the code of darkness. He is a highly dangerous entity that needs to be stopped and terminated. The threat he poses, even if Umbras is fixated on undermining Crash, is unparalleled and must not be underestimated. Anyone that comes into contact either disappears, dies, or becomes a heartless, a fate worse than death. I need you guys to know I don't know much about Kingdom Hearts. I would have asked my sister about the lore of Kingdom Hearts prior to this stream because I know that Umbris is like a Kingdom Hearts OC, but also I know that my sister's friend was thinking about making a Kingdom Hearts like video where the entire timeline gets explained and hasn't done that because she herself has not figured it out and like like there's some stuff going on. I don't know, so I was like, maybe I shouldn't ask. I think I'm gonna be more confused if I actually ask my sister to explain Kingdom Hearts lore to me fully. Maybe it's another Love in Deep Space kind of deal. I don't know. So I am counting on you, Crusher, to explain stuff to us, or anyone else who plays Kingdom Hearts. To be honest. Okay, but let's continue. Um, I think it's gonna be anyone close to Crusher will be targeted as a form of weaponization to taunt and provoke, sometimes kill. Always, Umbris turns as associates as heartless or dark versions of themselves to terminate Crusher. If you see him, do not approach or engage, run away and report his nearest location. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good. Keyblade name is 2S1MK. Is it I or 1? Crusher. I'm gonna read it as MKI. And for the Keyblade lore, we have the original Keyblade also split off into 2 from a fierce fight, and the bottom part repaired then transformed itself into a completely different Keyblade, created by the 2 hearts of 2 vessels torn apart. Both of them, in a way, are twins to each other and share powers that are equal to each other. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, it's the Roman number 1. Okay, sorry, my bad. Fair enough though. Makes sense. So yes, that is the initial lore that you sent me. So now it is time. Except you want to say something to OG Umbras. I guess I'm gonna call him for now. Let me know if you can go on to the other to the next one. But yes, I actually think it's really fun. I don't know much about the lore, so I do not know how it plays into like the Kingdom Hearts cinematic universe. I do know that the Heartless, me sitting here. Yeah, no, the other were nobodies. Right, right, right. Me sitting here trying to remember how it worked. But the other ones are nobodies, so I do know how the Heartless work, kind of deal. Um, me sitting. Actually, maybe I don't. Me sitting here trying to think about what the difference between heartless and nobodies are. I know that the nobodies are in Organization 13, right? And they have an X in their names. They have to rearrange their names and put an X in there somewhere. That is all I know. Heartless just means people without hearts. Nobodies are the ones that don't have a body. Oh, okay. Let's go. So that's the difference. But yes, do we want to go on to the next slide then? Mm-mm. Let's see. Everyone, it's time. It is time to see the outfit update for Umbris. Don't worry about it. Ta-da, there we go. And we're going over to the Shadow Half. I named it that because um it seemed like that, right? So don't worry about that. I did my best. The bodies left behind become number. Oh, oh. I see. Okay, now that makes sense. Okay, that's fun. Now then, we have the updated Umbras. Everyone say hello to updated Umbras? Does that make sense? Anyways, feel free to say hi to updated Umbras. That is what we are going to call it for now. Mm-mm. Now let's go into the explanation. We have the shadowy half, a living being made out of shadows and shaped into power from overwhelming negativity and trauma. It diligently obeys orders under Mephis's command in and out of battles, and carries out an additional means of intimidation, manipulation, or destruction. Depending how many opponents it fights or how powerful they are, its physical traits change to take on the form of various bodily breeds of creatures to use their deep-seated trauma and fears against them. Which I was about to call it fun. That's the opposite of fun. At least like for the enemies or like opponents. But like it's like a fun idea. So basically what I'm getting from this Crasher is that um this Umbras, like the shadowy half Umbras, basically kind of can morph itself into what the people fear the most. I'm currently picturing Pennywise from It kind of morphing into your nightmares to make sure that you are so scared that. What was Pennywise's deal, anyways? Like, yeah, he wanted to eat babies, but like. Fair enough. Probably something like that. So, is that what the shadowy half does as well, kind of deal? That it becomes whatever you fear most? Or like something that caused you trauma, I guess, is also implied. Which is fun. Well, not. I shouldn't call it fun. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't call it fun. Not quite Umbras. Okay, the shadowy half is a completely different creature. It's especially inspired by the design of a Kingdom Hearts character named Ansem. Ah! Oh my god, that's Samness! I remember that name from the Nobodies. Is that the bald dude? I'm so sorry. Everyone who knows Kingdom Hearts is probably gonna feel so insulted by my bare bones knowledge. Shit, like Xenahort. Damn, I was so close. But we got the fear and trauma thing, right? Okay, that's great. That's nice. But yes, um, mm, mm, mm. Xemnas is the one with the long hair that commands the organization. I'm thinking about Sephiroth right now, but that's not even the same franchise. Oh my god. But maybe he's in there. I've seen Cloud being in Kingdom Hearts. So maybe Sephiroth is in Kingdom Hearts as well. Me and Tori in the same boat. I'm probably not helping with gaining any knowledge on Kingdom Hearts right now, by the way, Tori. But yes. Actually, I think Sephiroth is in Kingdom Hearts. And if he isn't yet, he should be. I think that would be fun. I just know Axel, the redhead from the organization, because my sister's friend really likes him as a character. Oh my god, I also know I think I know all of the main characters. Surprisingly, I'm not that big of a fan of Axel. I think my favorite was Van. I forgot what his name was. Was it Ventus? You know, the one that looks like Roxas. Or I guess Roxas looks like Ven. I think it's was it from I think it was from one of the .5 games. As for the morphization, I'm right. It goes into a transformation based on people's trauma and fears. Oh, okay, okay, okay. It was Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Yes, yes, right. Got it. Momo, even though you play Kingdom Hearts, you find it hard to explain the lore straightforwardly. Yes! Honestly, Goofy being in Kingdom Hearts should make anyone happy. You're right about that, Tori. That is fantastic. Roxas, Van, and Zara also redacted. Me trying to think about who that is. Didn't Sora have like a nobody? Is that the redacted part? Me sitting here like. No, 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 like a dark version, no? Isn't there like a Roxas with even darker hair? Not a Roxas, Sora with even darker hair? Maybe it was fan art. Actually, maybe I'm completely wrong. Me sitting here like I don't even know the lore. I probably just saw fan art and went like, oh yeah, no, that's another version of him. Makes sense. There's like already three of them. Would make sense. Vanitas. Oh, okay. My bad. But yes, Roxas and Ven. I know they look very similar. Roxas is supposed to be Sora's Heartless. I don't know what happens to Roxas. Doesn't he die? I think I was sad about that. I think he dies. I think that's why I was sad about that. Does he die? I'm not sure actually. Um, this is what happens when you let me talk about something that I do not know anything about. Yeah, Roxas is Sora's nobody. Right, 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 right. And Roxas and Ven look basically the same, if I remember correctly. Yeah, yeah, no, that should be right. His heart was saved in a virtual world. It's fine, guys. Was it the one from? Oh damn! What was that? There is a virtual world in Kingdom Hearts. It's the Tron Legacy, not Legacy, the Tron world. Is that where it got saved? Did the lore go wild in Kingdom Hearts 3? Is that what happened? He gave himself up to complete Sora in Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh my god. Yeah, no, okay. Roxas and nobody has a heart. Oh, wait, I thought that was the whole point of them. I thought they're not allowed to have hearts. I mean, you are asking the devs what they mean. So I guess that was not supposed to happen. Why didn't he have Ven's heart? Me sitting here like, was it fanfiction or was it? You need to know, I read Kingdom Hearts fanfiction that did not take place in the Kingdom Hearts universe because I was so sad about Roxas dying. So I read modern day fanfiction about Roxas being happy. I was just sitting there like that. Okay, no, that's fine. It's a lie. I did not read happy fanfiction about Roxas. I read one. I remember one where I read like Roxas and Soras being twins. And they were living in like a really abusive household, and they were trying to escape. And I'm sitting here like, hey, why did I read that for fun? Didn't I want him to be better? So yeah. Um, in Kingdom Hearts 3, one of the ex-members says that Xehanort lied about having no heart. Huh? Okay, yeah, nobody died in Kingdom Hearts 3. That's all I need to know, and that is what I choose to believe. I mean, I know that the what were their names? Like the it's not the OG Frio, but the old Frio. Me scrolling up. No, not those. I know her name was Aqua, but there was another dude, and I forgot his name. And I think he went over to the bad side, right? And like Van and Aqua tried to save him. Oh, Terra, right, right. They all have. Okay, I see we're living in delusions, but I will accept this. This is our OC stream. Nothing has to be canon compliant. Lovely, fantastic. Show stopping, absolute cinema, perfect ending for Kingdom Hearts 3. Everyone lives happily ever after, and this is now a fairy tale. Let's go. Don't worry about it. Fantastic work, everyone. Sounds fun though. What do you mean you wished Kingdom Hearts stopped here? Did something happen after everyone was? No, no. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Everyone lived happily ever after. Nothing happened. Everyone's alive. The trios are all back together, and nothing bad can ever happen. And they're all eating star fruits and sea salt ice cream. There we go. That is all I know about the game. Let's go. Oh my god, you're being honest. They are okay. Oh my god, I can't believe that Ven woke up. That's actually the most surprising part. Aqua and Ven save Terra, and oh my god, it's so nice. Fantastic, lovely. I'm not taking notes, but I am paying attention. Lovely. Speaking of taking notes, we do have a small little bit more to go for Crasher's Umbris. So, before I get educated more about Kingdom Hearts, let's get through the last bit of lore, and then you can tell me more about what's happening in Kingdom Hearts and what fuck ass timeline there is going on. We have the fixed Umbris lore now, okay? So, Umbris, as mentioned before, is Crasher's dark side, capable of using dark powers to inflict conflict and destruction. Umbris aims to weaken or destroy Crasher into joining his splintered heart with Umbris to become complete and end the world as we know it. Umbris also shares the personality of Crasher's, but unlike Crasher's, he's the complete opposite, antagonistic to everyone he comes across and will undermine them to get into the skins of his opponents. So there we go. Fantastic. We got updated lore. Let's go. Maybe I should have read the updated lore, but I fear that there was some parts in the OG lore that might have gotten that I might have forgotten to mention if I did that. So I just read both of them. I just read both of them to be safe. I just wanted to make sure that we are safe. Don't worry about it. Ruckus came back and he and Axel saved Shion. Oh, it's Shion. And they got to eat ice cream together at the end too. That's so fantastic. I do know Shion, by the way. She is really cute. Love her. My bad for reading the recap. I just wanted to make sure that we have everything included. The power of friendship is right behind you, Umbris. You cannot escape and be a jerk forever. It's coming for you. Momo, did Umbris come for you? What happened there? Did you get kidnapped? Are you okay? Are you alright? But Crusher, thank you so much for for joining and sharing Umbris with us. It is very fun to read about him. If you ever write something for him, something more, do let me know. I would be interested. Maybe if you want to, if it's a fan fiction, we can read it afterwards. Um, but yes, I do not know much enough about Kingdom Hearts to ask specific questions. I'm so sorry. I will leave that to the Kingdom Hearts connoisseurs. So, my bad. I'm so sorry. Everyone else, please do my work for me. Please ask the Kingdom Hearts questions that could be related to this character. Because I, in fact, cannot. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, that's the Kingdom Hearts law? Oh my god, the Kingdom Hearts law is the power of friendship. Yes, thank you for sharing, Kresha, once again. My tides of darkness will overrule all. All of you will expire in the endless blackness. Oh wow. Umbridge. Umbridge, that's not right. Umbrus. My bad. I'm so sorry. Umbrus. Umbrus has his work cut out for him. Or I guess the people who are power of friendshipping Umbrus are gonna have their work cut out for them, I guess. One way or another, something is happening. Oh my god, yes, the most important question, Crasher. How bad of a boss fight is Umbrus? How many times will one die in that boss fight? I remember there is someone in Organization 13 that has like guitars, right? I remember my sister dying a lot for that fight. Is it like that bad? Or less bad? Oh, it really depends. Just don't ask about the secret boss and be birth by sleep, right? That's that. No. That makes right. Oh, fantastic. Momo is gonna be alright doing the boss fight against Umbrus. Who's Yozura? Is that the teleporting dude? I remember watching my sister's friend try to fight someone. He just kept teleporting from one place to another. That's all I remember about that fight. Is that him? Yozora, very pretty, very nice music. What the fuck is that? I'm about to Google this dude. Where is my Google? I'm about to Google. Let me in. Let me out? Question mark. Da da da. Kingdom Hearts. Yo. Zoo. I misspelled that. There we go. Oh, hello. Oh, he's from Verum Rex, the game. Okay. Show me pictures. That's nice. He is very pretty, yes. That is, but also totally not the character I had in mind. So seems like there are a lot of fights that are a time. Let's say it like this. Does he have two swords, or is this just fan art? Is that a gun? It's not him. That's another character from the game that he is from. I think maybe question mark. Maybe he has a gun. Actually, who am I to say? Every boss in the organization teleports, even in their battles? Oh, that sounds horrible. Totally not Tetsuya Nomura wanting to make Versus 13 by all means that he can. He has a gun, oh my god, so it was him. And a sword. Okay, wait, let me just look up all the boss fights. Kingdom Hearts, boss fights, and I'm just gonna look at pictures, and if I see the picture of the dude, then I can tell you who it is, right? That's not you. No, not you, not you. I'm gonna be so honest, I don't even know if I would be able to recognize them. Oh, this one. It's this one. Oh my god, it's Baldy! It's the one that's bald, the one that I mistook. Um, fuck, which one was it? Was it Xenohard? No, no, no. Fuck. Yeah, no, I don't know his name. I'm sorry. I know we talked about this earlier, but I already. It is Xenohard. Xenohard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That one. I'm pretty sure it was that fight. I kept watching her play a couple times because I had to wait for something. So there's that. That was fun though. Let's go, and I've learned something about Kingdom Hearts, and the only thing I'm taking away from this is that everyone lives happily ever after in Kingdom Hearts. Nothing bad ever happens. I am going to be an absolute denial about anything bad ever happening. If I ever play Kingdom Hearts on stream, you will have to let me live in my delusions. Don't worry about that. All is good that ends good, right? Wait, what? Okay, let's see. What is Momo saying about this? Totally don't have an old man yaoi ship with him, with his kinda bestie? Oh my god. He has a kinda bestie? They were very handsome when they were younger, but Kingdom Hearts 3 ends with two old men holding hands. Oh my god, no! And flying off into who knows where to be gay old men together. Oh no. This, but make it the ending of Arcane Season 2. I'm sorry. That was not what I'm supposed to say here. Um Fun though. That's fun. Let's go. He literally tried to unleash Armageddon. Actually? Damn. I mean, that sucks. I mean, to be fair, I'm seeing a trend here. Because didn't Victor in Arcane Season 2 also try to, like, do the whole cult thing, accidentally almost, um, kill everyone at the same time because Glorious Revolution? And he got to blast off with his quote unquote bestie into, I don't know, I think they became like Stardust or something. Maybe they teleported into another universe. Who knows? So I'm seeing a trend here. I'm seeing a trend here. Irredeemable old men. I guess they weren't old in Arcane, but like older guys getting to blast off with their quote unquote besties. That is what I'm seeing here. That's like Soren coming up to to Frodo and Sam saying "well done" to them, and they all jump into the lava together. Oh my god, no! It's not for Sehanor, it's for Erakus. You know what? Fair. That is absolutely what's going on. You are so right. But yes, do we have more questions for for Crasher about Umbras? I don't, unfortunately. Like I said, I do not know enough about Kingdom Hearts to ask proper questions. I'm so sorry. But look at it from the bright side. Um, we now know about Umbras and we know who to look out for. Because as established, if you see Umbras, walk the other way. Turn around, notify the authorities. Who would the authorities be in Kingdom Hearts? Do you call Sora? Does he even have a phone? Wow. I don't think they have phones. I don't know who you would call, but call the authorities. He does in Kingdom Hearts 3? Okay, okay. Okay, never mind. Call Sora if you see Umbras, call Sora. That is I think the authority, right? Oh my god, not the certified boomer. But also yes! Kingdom Hearts Crusher fit when? But yes, if we have no more questions, then we could go over and get started on Tori's OC. So last chance to get any questions in, or for Kresha to tell us any information you do want us to know. I'm gonna take another sip of a drink, and there we go. Oh my god, not the hand-drawn watch. It's okay. The 10 years will come and go anyway, so we can wait probably. Don't worry about it. No, don't worry, Tori. Don't worry about it. No shame. No shame in this household. We have left shame behind. It does no longer exist. Okay? Don't worry about that. Okay. I'm gonna assume this means no more questions for Umbras or Crusher. So, there we go. You brought sanity. We are going to bear it like men with absolutely no shame for us. Anyways, let's go. Um, I hope you don't mind, Tori. I took the um freedom to just put the short description where the picture was spaces. So don't worry about that. The people will still know what your Amara looks like. Don't worry. Now, so that everyone knows, even if you're just listening, don't worry about it. We are gonna be talking about Amara Myrona of Tulip now. And so that everyone has a bit of a picture of her, I did write down some of the physical attributes. So let's just go through them very quickly, or not so quickly. Let's just go through them, however quickly we are going through them. Don't worry about them. We are also gonna read the actual description, because I only picked like some of the things out of there, where I was like, yeah, no, those are defining features. We can take them. So don't worry about it. You will get more context, everyone. Amara has shoulder length raven dark hair. We are working with snow white skin. Um, she is 175 centimeters tall, which, how dare you? That is taller than me. That is taller than me. How dare you? But also everyone is taller than me, so good for you actually, Amara. Good work. We have a very prominent scar across the eyes that we have to look out for, question mark? Don't worry about that. That's not there yet. Don't worry. I know, Tori, I'm sorry. It was an accident. Also, we have previously magenta eyes. And so that's fun, right? Don't worry about the previously, guys. Don't worry about that yet. All is good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making a marathon. Don't worry. Oh no, Momo is going with the TikTok sound of slay queen slay your enemies. Yes, no, you are right. That is how the audio goes. Oh my god, Crasher is still taller. Crasher, how dare you? How dare you be taller? It's alright though. Okay. Um, Tori actually laid it out very nicely. We're working with an age frame from 22 to 33. It really depends on which story we are reading and like where we are in the timeline. So there is that. 6'4". How dare you, Crasher? How dare you? How dare you get all of the height for yourself? It's okay though. You keep that height. It's alright. You have to face off with other kangaroos, so it's understandable. Keep the height. I think you need it. Oh my god, I have to allow that message. There we go. Sorry. Me looking at it like, oh my god, it got auto modded, but also me reading the message like, no, I absolutely have to allow this one, absolutely. Don't worry, Tori. I don't know how the auto modding actually works. I should make it a bit more lenient, I think, but I don't know how. I might have to look into that. But yes, back to Amara. We have the Queen of Tulip with us. Look at this. Occupation Queen of Tulip. Isn't that fantastic? And you know what? Approve. Let me stamp that, like that one Knuckles meme of approved. Don't worry about it. Everything. So yes, just like with Crasher, I am going to read the actual thing you sent me in full instead of going by the bullet points. Everyone, you can use the bullet points to kind of try to follow along. I am pretty sure that I put them in the right order. They should be in the right order. Don't worry about that. I'm just gonna be very, very positive and say they are in the right order. No worries about that. Don't worry. Okay, so uh, let's see. There we start. Okay. Name is Amara Myrona of Tulip, first of her name, and was formerly Amara Thornwell, and before that Amara Ariadne. Um, don't worry, Tori, we all have a thing for fancy sounding names. Amara is just your latest focus on trying as many as you can. Uh, age. There is the question marks. I knew there were more question marks in the workings, but yes. Here we get an explanation on the 22 to 33 age range. It just depends on where in the story we are, everyone. Once again, that is very much the mood. Mm-mm-mm. Let's go for the appearance now. Because I don't think telling you which age is at which story will help you that much yet. Because we are not reading the stories yet, that is after Amara has been properly introduced to all of you. So yes, let's go to the appearance now. Amara has raven dark hair that falls to her shoulders, though she keeps it shorter than that in most occasions for practical purposes. One never knows when those in quotation marks things will come. Skin white as snow, she towers over most women of her environment at 175 centimeters, perhaps a reason why she was not exactly popular in social circles in her youth. She keeps her face hidden most of the time. Some say not to look people in the eye, or that she finds everyone else beneath her. But in reality, the queen is blind in both eyes. A nasty scar cuts directly across her eyes, but even if the scar could be healed, it would be pointless, as her eyes have been clouded by darkness since the attack of the Ariadne Duchy. Duchy? Duchy. Duchy should be right. Despite this, she can feel her surroundings exceptionally well. Only her most trusted servants know about this fact. So, because of this, her once immaculate oval-shaped face and striking magenta eyes are a thing of the past. For the most part, the Queen wears few outfits and has stated multiple times to Marshal Fiona that if she could wear her armor all the time, she would. The few times she wears dresses, they are as plain as they get. Royal etiquette is nothing more than a nuisance to her, unless the other nobles from the council force her to wear proper regal clothes. And you know what? Good for you, Amara. Good for you, Amara. I have seen some of the clothes that they put people in the webtoons in, or like in historical shows. Good for you. You tell them where to stick their fancy dresses. But yes, about. Few would have guessed that the once black sheep of the Ariadnes would have risen to such a prominent position as the first lone queen of Tulip. Oh, the name is subject to change. Okay, no worries. Once cast aside and married to the former Duke of Thornwell, before the province got absorbed into the Ariadne territory. This all changed once she came back, keeping most of this. Oh, okay. Don't worry, keep it as vague as you need to not spoil us. Fantastic. Okay, let me read that again. This all changed once she came back to her family, where she somehow succeeds in divorcing the Duke and taking her father's place as ruler of the duchy at the age of 24. Oh my god, she's so young and getting further. Also, hi Dark, how's it going? Welcome to the OC stream. We are currently talking about Tori's OC Amara. Say hello to Amara, everyone, by the way. I forgot about that part. How are you doing, Dark? I totally did not take this opportunity to drink some more. Okay. Come. Just woke up. Nice. Let's go. I hope you slept well. Doing pretty well as well. Oh my god, what do you think about the overlay? Let me ask. I I speed ran making this one. I just have to show it off. I spent a good amount of time on it, so now I'm just sitting here like everyone needs to tell me. So yes, oh my god, your majesty, oh, you're being really formal to Amara Crasher. Very good on you. Very nice to be polite to the queen. Very smart too. Do drink water. Amara has a lot of stuff going on with her. That is fair. That is very fair. I'm not surprised though. I appreciate that you sent me so much for Amara. Let's go. Also, hi Hexa, how's it going? How are you? Oh my god, let me. Everyone say hello to Hexa, please. You need to know Hexa is a friend of mine, and Hexa is also an artist. If you look at my where are they? My emotes. Two of them, the prettiest two, as you can imagine, have been drawn by Hexa. How you doing, Hexa? Also, thanks. I'm glad you like the overlay as well. I was very inspired by early 2000 websites to make this. Also, while we're at the point, let me just introduce everyone once again to what we are actually doing. We are having our monthly OC business report, which basically means every last Saturday of the month we are going to be talking OCs and introducing each other's OCs to each other. Currently, we are talking about Tori's OC Amara. We have already talked about my own and Crasher's OC. So yeah, if anyone would like to participate, join the Discord. Let me actually, where's the exclamation mark Discord? Join the Discord if you want to become part of the OC streams, or like if you want your OCs to be part of these streams. So yeah, how's everyone doing though? Me just be using this as like a commercial break. I'm sorry. Tori, we're going to go back to your queen in just a second. But yes, don't worry. That the shot is very much deserved. Please check out. Please check out Hexa. Hexa has been playing a lot of Lies of P recently. Are you still playing it? But yes. Also, thank you for plugging the social crasher. Much appreciated. We do have more social than just Discord, but Discord is where you would be entering your OCs for the OC stream. Also, while I'm advertising, let me put that out there again. At the end of the stream, we are going to pick an employee of the month out of every OC that has been entered into this. And by the picking, I mean I'm just gonna use a random wheel picker thingy to pick someone, and that person is gonna get free fan art from me of their character. So if you want free fan art, the possibility of free fan art for your character, make sure to send your OCs my way for next month's stream. Let's go. Exactly, Momo is right. Hexa streams are on Saturdays, and they are very funny. You should drop by. Oh no, what did Lies of P do to you? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, forget about lies of P. Um, all P does is lie, so let's not worry about that. Oh, too many bosses that take forever to fight. Oh yeah, it is a Souls-like, isn't it? So I assume it's like the Elden Rings bosses, where it's just running at them over and over again until you finally have all of the dodges and stuff like that done. Those. But yes. Oh yeah. In case anyone has any questions about Amara up until this point, please put them in now while we are doing this little commercial break, because we are going to return to reading about Amara's story in just a second. Delays of oh no. Fair enough though. Maybe that is it. Maybe that is it. Okay, let me just refill my glass for a second so I can have something to drink again while I keep yapping and reading everything out to you guys. And then we can continue with the Amara backstory. Okay, there we go. I've advertised everything. I have my drinks back. There are no questions to answer right now, as far as I can see. So it's time to go back to Amara and tell you what the queen has done. Oh, well, it's a duchess at the moment, so there's that. Oh no, she would be the duke. Right. I think it would still be duke, even if she is female. Or would it be duchess? Could be either. Okay, I'm gonna read. Sorry, everyone. During her rulership as Duchess, she managed to foster a successful alliance with the Eastern Dwarfs. The alliance remains strong to this day. Her Majesty made sure of that. After the Redacted attacked the northeastern part of the kingdom, 5 years into her tenure as head of the Ariadnes, where Amara's forces took most of the losses, though they successfully repelled the attack. Wait. I know what we're saying. It was just a very long sentence, I'm sorry. We keep the Duchess, that's your headcanon, and you know what? Your headcanon is so right. This is your canon, this is your head. Let's go, it's Duchess. Um, okay. The only two people at the time that were there besides her, late Marshal Fiona Roingard and late General Terce Roingard, saw the deep changes all this inflicted onto their master, mainly due to the death of the Duchess's half-sister of only 12 years. Both the siblings and Her Majesty blamed themselves for this. Oh no. Oh, the siblings are Fiona and Terce, are they? Oh, okay, I see. The once reserved but warm-hearted Duchess died that day. Her screams were rumored to be heard from all the way to the capital, and was replaced with a cold and unrelenting facade. She often tells she often tells herself that she has to be the last one to break, which culminated into taking the throne for herself in a bloodless rebellion. How bloodless it will truly be remains a concern for future. Exactly, that is a concern for future you. You are so right, Tori. Though despised by most nobles, none can deny her authority, and changes to the kingdom have resonated in every echelon of society. While Her Majesty claims to be quite selfish, the common folk, both human and not, love her for giving them a true chance at life. While after her ascent to power the kingdom was in quite the weak position, militarily speaking, her sole presence made it virtually impossible to be invaded after all. Um, there are few incarnates, and even fewer of them appear to be as in sync with their respective element as her. Oh, we're having elements! Oh, okay, sorry. You need to know, everyone, I am learning as we're going as well. I only skimmed everything to put stuff on the on on the slide, so I am surprised by what I'm reading as well. Let's go. Or perhaps the fact that she was chosen, oh, quote unquote chosen, by the Crimson Eye has something to do with that. Okay, I think I saw that we're getting an explanation for the Crimson Eye further down, so I'm not gonna ask questions about that now. I think I remember seeing that when I was looking for the when I saw the weapon thing. And while nobody knows the true horrors that she has endured, no one knows she is a toy for the Crimson Eye. Oh, and the Crimson Eye likes that the toys are long lasting. Oh damn. Amara will make sure that everyone does not face what she has gone through. Despite the unbothered facade Amara carries herself in most situations, she made a vow to herself to carry the weight of the world no matter the cost. One of her most frequent thoughts is, I will make sure most can have a happy ending. A rather childish one thing she reminds herself of every time, but one she has not allowed herself to let go of. Okay, we have additional notes. There we go. Now we get the Crimson Eye. Okay. The Crimson Eye. Few truly know of the existence of beings such as this one, but to that effect, the Eye is perhaps the most mysterious of them all. It's quote unquote eye ever sharing its light with mortals. The true intentions are a mystery even to those that have access to forbidden information. One thing is quite certain, the Crimson Eye only chooses people who will entertain its desire, be it by bringing joy or ruin, preferably both. Oh my god, we get a quote. Also, don't worry about explaining how you get the quote, Tori. Don't worry about that. Quote: Every time you look at the moon, understand that I am watching every single one of your steps, Amara. This could either, I'm just gonna put it out there, that could either be so unsettling in like the sense of no matter where you go, as long as the moon is in the sky and you see the moon, know that I am watching every one of your steps, or it could be really reassuring. I fear that with what we have learned of the Crimson Eye, it's not meant to be reassuring. Unfortunately. Very, very unfortunately. But it's fun. I should stop calling things that are slightly messed up fun. Because I think the Crimson Eye is supposed to be a bad thing. I should not call the bad thing fun. But I do think it's fun, I'm sorry. And. Mm, now we can look at the weapon node. As you can already see, we have an umbrella weapon. We all do love a little madness, you're right, Momo. Maybe I should keep calling it fun. Maybe that's for the better. But yes, let's talk about the umbrella weapon. Let's go. Tori is an unapologetic defender that umbrellas are the best weapon. Also, I know the another scene that you are talking about because Tori also put there. Or maybe that's just her trauma from seeing a particular another scene as a child. Yep, I know which I know which scene you mean. I did not watch another, but I have seen the scene multiple times because it just keeps cropping up everywhere. Me watching an AMV, oh my god, look, it's the scene. But yes, Navia and Santarella prove you right as of recently, since you can make umbrellas whatever you like. Basically, for Tori, an umbrella is just the best theoretical Monster Hunter weapon. Let's go. Fantastic. They should give you an umbrella in Monster Hunter. You haven't watched it? Oh my god. Same experience of it just crops up everywhere. Okay, oops. Okay, so Tori's main idea was this. Since depending on the parasol, they can cover your whole body. So they make for a great shield, and also it incorporates arguably one of humanity's greatest inventions, the pointy stick, to stab your foes with. I remember reading that sentence earlier already, and I still think it's very funny. Yes, the pointy stick is the ultimate weapon. But also, if you have a more portable one, you can use it as a club. In the end, Tori couldn't decide which approach suited Amara more. It was either a long type umbrella, think a rapier with extra steps, that would be more refined, or the portable one that boils down to bonk people in front of you until they dead. I read a blunt, no pun intended, approach. Sorry, this is great. Both would suit Amara personality-wise, but since Tori, I'm not gonna call you that. You are an indecisive person, exactly. She simply went with both. Oh yeah, the spear lens umbrella, don't worry about that. I need you to know I have not created the OCs for that yet, but I do have, I did mention my core OCs earlier, right? And there is like an AU where they're in the Punishing Grey Ravens universe, and one of them also gets an umbrella. But it's an umbrella gun, so don't worry about it. I too forget about all the ways you can use an umbrella. Oh, does Neo from I want to read it as Ruby. So there goes that. Pre-season 4 fights. Is season 4 where it went kind of downhill? But also that's not the point here right now. I fear. Ruby is correct. Okay, great. I was sitting there like, I want to say Ruby, but also that's not how it's written or spelled. Okay. Personally say yes. Okay, okay, okay. Well, in that case, good to know. Okay. Oh my god, we get side character notes. Let's go. We have side characters. We start with Rulin. Rulin is a were rabbit that was simply named after one of your favorite snacks. Wait. Me sitting here like, should I look that up? Oh my god, what kind of snack is Rulin? Do you want to share, Tori? What is that? Moving on to the next side character is Talia. One of Tori's most recent obsessions when making characters are monster girls. More specifically, insect adjacent monster girls. Oh my god! Oh, okay, okay. There is a spoiler for the next OC that I'm not gonna give any of y'all. That is for me to know and Tori to know and us only. Oh my god! Oh, okay, okay. They don't even appear in the sites. Okay, they are the ones that you cut out. Okay, got it, got it. The snack name is actually Pyrodin. It's basically a waffle stick with chocolate. Oh, that's nice. Sounds tasty. That Were Bunny should be really happy that that they got named after that. I don't know. Being named after a snack that sounds this tasty is actually, it sounds nice. It sounds really really nice. Okay, let's see. We have your notes. Okay, let's go. The whole inspiration for Amara in general comes from Tori's absolute disdain towards the treatment some villainous type characters that are portrayed, uh, that some villainous type characters get, and are either portrayed either being just one-dimensional bad girls or played with the most toxic relationship you've ever seen. I agree. I've been reading so many webtoons of, hey, I reincarnated into this story as the villainess, or hey, I'm the villainess and I died and I got killed by my dad, but I turned back time. And I've been reading so many of them, and a lot of them leave something missing. So yes. So Tori just went, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Good, Tori. Very good. Granted, Amara is not perfect to what the specific character trope would be. Um, how to be, but okay, okay. Don't worry, your writing skills. I have not read the fanfiction yet. We're gonna get there though. I'm sure. I'm sure we're gonna get there. But yes, I'm glad you are satisfied with how she turned out. Okay. Mm, more than the original villainous scope Tori was going with. It ended up being a relentless, stubborn empath. A side of her rarely shown, though. Fair enough. Because granted, one note characters can be quite satisfying to learn about, but most of them have failed to pique Tori's interest in any significant way. Oh. For Tori, there's beauty in complexity just as much as there is in simplicity. Or perhaps that's the part of Tori's brain mercilessly reminding that nothing exists without nuance. Oh, fair. Very good food for thought. Oh my god. Okay, wait, let me just check the last thingy. Because Tori has a whole novel's worth of ideas about her. And I just want to give the ideas away. So I'm just gonna read a bit for a second. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, great. We're gonna skip that part because I don't want to give any of your ideas away. So, fantastic! Thank you for sharing Amara with us. I am We now have time for questions, everyone. I already asked most of my questions during the thing, so I'm gonna leave the floor open for everyone else. In the meanwhile, I am going to open the next document, which should be. Where is it? There it is. It's loading. Give me a second. I am opening the fan fictions right now because now is the time to ask questions, everyone. Because we're going to into the fan fiction reading in just a second. Oh my god, I love that Momo's coming in with the really, really important questions. Momo is absolutely right. Is there potential for found family? That is what I want to know because you need to know found family has my heart. Found family is me shakes every story. I need more found family. Oh my god, we get found family! Let's go! Also, give me a second, the fanfiction document is taking very long to load for some reason. Maybe I should have opened it on my PC instead. Fantastic. Yeah, please, more information about the found family. Please, 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 please. I am there with Momo 100% of the way. We need more found family in this household. But also, Amara is ace coded for the most part, so no love interest. This is very interesting, actually. Appreciate that. Don't be like the villainous manhwas, where God. Something that bothers me about the villainous manhwas a lot in webtoons is I get that there's like a lot of people read it for the romance, but at some point they just forget about like the actual thing that should be happening in the story. Like oh my god, do you guys know Lady Baby? That's not a villainous manga exactly, but that one is the most grating thing because it starts so good and you have so much to do, and then it just kind of stagnates. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Your entire thing was you wanted to find the murderer of your family. You know? So, it's fantastic. Okay, just keep the name Fiona and Turs in your mind and think found family. Okay, fantastic. Gonna keep them in mind. Oh, platonic soulmates. That is true. Me sitting here wondering what I was just yapping about because I forgot. I forgot. But yes, I do appreciate that. They rarely give us me me looking at you guys straight in the eyes. You need to know there is a novel that I'm always gonna recommend, or like even if you're looking at the webtoon, it's alright. It's Trash of the Count's family, and it's very much found family without romance. And I'm sitting here like, this is what I want from every story. So I'm sitting here like, actually, Amara has something going on. Amara has something going on that I'm gonna appreciate. Let's say Amara is never truly alone. After all, she has a shadow like every. Oh my god. I understand that you phrased it like that for like because you didn't just want to outright say what's going on, but I'm sitting here like, oh my god. That is fantastic. We love shadows. Don't worry about it. Amara has a heartless confirmed. Yes, exactly. Oh no. But it's fun. See, everything is coming back together. You're all working together with your OCs. I see how it is. Okay, everyone, get your questions out. If you have more questions, let's get them out now. The story's finally loaded up on my phone, so while you do that, I'm going to read the editor notes to myself. Don't worry about it. Yes, please ask your question, Momo. I'm gonna read the editor notes that Tori left. So, okay. Everyone, keep your what is the Oh my god, yes. It is going to become a cinematic universe. Do you guys know the meme? I'm gonna just keep yapping while we wait for Momo's question. The meme where it's like absolute cinema and the person like sitting in that chair with like hands up and like it's absolute cinema, right? That's me, and all of your OCs are just in the background. Um. Oh my god. Let's go outfits. Of course, Momo comes in with the really good questions. Everyone, you need to know if I make an OC, a lot of the time my first stop is gonna be at Momo's store. I'm gonna be like, knock knock, I have brought you something. It's an OC that I'm gonna go fucking crazy over. And Momo always asks the good questions afterwards as well, so it's great. Mm-mm. Okay. Ah. Uh-huh. Okay, we have four stories to get through. Don't worry about it. We're gonna read all of them. You will all need to listen to me read you to sleep, I guess. Oh my god, a whole folder just called outfits. We love that. I can't even say anything against it. I need to sneeze. Um. Mm-mm-mm. And then anything else? I'm just trying to see if there is anything that I have to keep in mind while reading the stories out to you guys. So I am actually paying attention to the editor notes right now. Uh, mm, mm, mm-hmm. Oh, okay, and that's the okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I know what I have to pay attention to while we are reading the fanfictions. So let me know, everyone, if all of the questions have been answered or if we have more questions for Tori. And if we don't have more questions for Tori about Amara, then we're gonna go over to the fanfiction reading. More ones. More wants the outfits to be shared in the server. Honestly, fair. Oh, it's okay. I just skimmed through. Well, not skimmed. I actually read them properly because I was like, oh, is there anything I have to pay attention to during reading? But yes, I can also let everyone know what we have to pay attention to because in that case I might not forget about it. You are right about that. But yes, that means we are going to move over to fanfiction reading. Or well, I guess editor note reading for the first couple minutes. Don't worry about that though. Okay, we have Note 1. This is a collection of 4 short stories Tori wrote about certain points in Amara's life. If it is too much, feel free. We're not skipping anything. I don't even have to read the end of that editor's note. We're not skipping any of them. We are reading all of them. Next note, feel free to comment on the writing style. Personally, Tori feels like she overfocuses on descriptions and that the dialogues feel unnatural. So if anyone wants to give helpful critique on that after we're reading that or in the middle of something, that's great. Please do be nice about it though. We don't want mean criticism. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, right. It is just a bunch of skull emojis. That is true. Tori is not lying. It is. Next note: the long line is usually the part where one story ends and the next one begins, and the line made out of dots is just time passing. Felt like a point to clarify, or maybe it's just a lack of sleep talking. Just don't worry about it. We never worry about anything. Next note: if we don't want to read only a single story, but in case anyone is interested in knowing this part, personally, Tori recommends the second one since it shows Amara as Tori currently pictures her in her mind, therefore somewhat more lore accurate. Next, sketches may be sent after stream, sadly, because Tori is still working on something for Blanky. Oh no, among other insane things. We should all kill college actually. Give the poor bird some time. Our next editor's note is it's done, oh my god, finally, but also why did I have to write these ones? They are so dialogue heavy, my god. That is such a mood, absolutely. Like, yeah, I totally understand. Take your time, Crasher. We have one more note in front of us, and then we can read the first fanfiction. One of the stories, in particular the one that was supposed to be the second one, in order of reading, not of writing, was scrapped due to Tori being at an impasse for it, over one particular scene. Tori will come back to it eventually, cause if not, her brain will not forgive her. Also, the notes of everything beyond the first story are made the same day. Okay, cause originally Tori was writing everything in a single doc. This one, but the issue she encountered with the second story messed up the whole vibe for a bit, so Tori decided to write the things separately, then copy pasted once they were all done. Fair. Absolutely fair. Me, when I'm writing the fanfiction and decided, hey, this is actually not good, and I just open another document and rewrite the entire thing. Um, so I get that. Irrespective of that, this little crow wishes you a happy reading, but also send her help. We are absolutely sending you help, Tori. Don't worry, we are on your side. Oh my god, let's go. It's time for the actual fanfiction reading. Everyone, please cozy up, get something to drink. I hope you actually already have something to drink. But hydrate, do a little stretch before we get into reading, and then lean back and hear the tale of Amara, or at least the first tale of Amara. Actually, I'm also gonna drink something for a sec. Give me just a moment. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Dear husband, it's my duty to inform you of my location for the next couple of weeks. As you may have already known, I have not visited my family since the beginning of our union some 6 years ago, and as such I wish to visit them. Having said that, allow me to congratulate us for our lasting and fruitful marriage. It is my wish that once I return to the duchy, we arrange a meal to celebrate such a magnificent achievement. I hope that this letter finds you in good health upon your return, and that your duties on the southern border went smoothly. Sincerely, your wife. After the last character was written on the paper, and while its ink dried, the author of the piece, none other than the Duchess Amara Thornwell, sighed. After all, it has been 6 grueling years married to the monster that was supposed to act like a husband. 6 years where she has been humiliated almost daily. 6 years where she had to act like the perfect doll despite living in a constant state of abuse. But the most infuriating thing was that until 2 years ago, she convinced herself that such a thing was normal, since, since she was the one that married into the Duke's family. To her young mind, she was an outsider and would take a couple of years for everyone to settle into the situation, but also because she had nowhere else to go. After all, the last thing her father said to her was, "Live and don't return." A somewhat big hurdle to overcome, considering the real reason to visit her family, asking this father to grant permission to divorce that monster, was her only real choice. The other would be to ask the Duke, her husband, for a divorce, but that monster would never grant her that. She was too convenient to keep, even if it was only to keep appearances. After the ink was dry, the Duchess stood from her seat and neatly folded the letter and put it in an envelope. Such thing would usually be accompanied by a seal to grant it authenticity, but she was never provided one. Not here, not even at the Ariadnes. Perhaps that the reason Perhaps that's the reason her father agreed so quickly and without that much protest when in one of her many childish fits the Duchess got it in her head the Duchess got in her head the idea to marry the Duke. Perhaps her father wanted to get rid of her before, but didn't know how until his own daughter handed him an ideal situation on a silver platter. Let's hope that the years have softened father, at least enough for him to grant my divorce request. If he does, I'll be free, but that's too much of an optimistic view. At the worst, I hope that he'll allow me to stay at the Ariadne estate, so I can have some time away from this dreadful place. Having said that, the Duchess stood up from her seat, envelope in hand, and made her way to her husband's studio to deliver the letter. As always, when she got out of her room, every servant would follow her with their eyes as much as they could. After all, in here, everyone, even the animals, were more important and valuable than her, a toy that already served its purpose. As always, Aurora said what she's been doing for the past 2 years was to ignore them and pray that she'll have enough time to put the letter in the Duke's desk and return to her room before anyone would inform her mother-in-law of this. Even to this day, she couldn't understand why that hag still lives here with them. For all intents and purposes, she should have retired to a manor in one of the duchy's many countries, but she remained. The only explanation the Duchess could come up with is that a part to make her miserable. She also wanted to keep the status or appearance of being the Duchess, even when the title belongs to her son's wife. She always felt tired after walking through the manor's corridors. The ambiance was oppressive as a result of the Duke's choice of monotonous tones throughout the estate, to the point that even Lady Morvenna would often be heard complaining about this. Regardless, she finally made her way to the door of the Duke's studio. As always, when the Duke is outside the duchy, the head butler guards its door. Mm, is it Madame Thorn? I think. Miss? Madam? Sorry, I'm sorry. Me sitting here, trying to figure that out. I'm gonna go with Madam. Oh, wait, is M. Okay, I think I know what's going on. Sorry, my bad, everyone. We're gonna continue the fanfiction. I'm sorry. Uh, Fawn, could you allow me to enter my husband's office? You know very well that I cannot allow that, my lady. Not until his grace is back, and even so, I must ask you the reason for this visit, since it's not usual for you to leave your room. As per usual with every interaction she has with every individual in this forsaken state, they were dry and cold, not sure what she had envisioned her life to be since she was a child. But all those hopes were dashed and forgotten. But to that effect Thorne was an exception. He was the most cordial and respectful when talking to her. Amara always thought that was due to the fact that Thorne was one of the few things that she brought from her family's duchy. She was allowed to bring him, a trusted servant, among other personal commodities that, unfortunately, were disposed of shortly after her arrival at the Thornwell estate. In that regard, he was the only thing left she had, which only enhanced the bitterness of talking to him, since during their residence in this state, Thorne rose to the position of head butler, essentially rejecting or at the very least casting aside Amara in favor of Duke Francis. Amara thought of the reasons as to why her husband would put him in that position, since Thorne was just as much of an outsider as her. Perhaps because he served under the Ariadnes and as such saw the Duchess grow up and knew her better than every other in here. In the end, it was just another ploy to better control the doll, a moniker her husband would often use if Amara was present in the room. I came to leave a letter to my husband, but if you insist, then I must ask you to be the one to put it on his desk. And I must implore you, for all the little dignity I have left in these walls, do not read it. It is also my hope that you keep the existence of the letter secret until the Duke's return. I know it's not an easy ask, but for all that is worth, if watching me grow up meant anything to you, then please. The Duchess's words were filled with more despair than she wanted, but what other choice did she have? It was this or being stuck in this rotten place until the day she died. Thorne, for his part, was apprehensive at first, but after taking the words of the Duchess to heart, he responded. If the contents of these letters are so important to you, my lady, then I will do as you ask. But know that it's the only time I will do this. Thank you, Thorne. I promise you that this kindness will not be forgotten. Amara hands the letter to Thorne, slightly bowing as a gesture of thanks, which certainly shocked him, but to her she didn't have much dignity left within these walls, so bowing before a servant was nothing to her. Before the butler could respond, the Duchess quickly departed the scene, hoping to reach her room quickly, before being found outside of it by her mother-in-law. Minutes later, it appears that for day luck was on Amara's side, as she returned to her chambers undisturbed. The first steps towards her freedom were in motion. Now Amara has to wait for the inevitable visit of Lady Morvenna before doing anything else. She expected her mother-in-law to come immediately and ask the reason why Amara was out of her room so early in the morning. But to her surprise, this didn't happen. Hours later, she asked the maid, who brought her plate of food for the day, if she knew anything about this matter. Do you know if Lady Morvenna is in the estate? I wish to congratulate her too. After all, today marks 6 years since my marriage with the Duke. As always, when interacting with anyone in the estate, Amara always put on the facade of the dutiful and caring wife. Lady Morvenna is taking care of official matters in the capital. She will return tomorrow night. Not even a hint of cordiality came from the maid's voice. Should this be the attitude of any other servant in any other state, they would be severely reprehended. But after all, Amara was just a doll. No formalities were necessary with her unless instructed otherwise. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling me this. Her excitement barely contained. The maid didn't even respond and exited the room once the food was placed on the table. Ice cold as always, she wished to be able to cook her own meals. thought that perhaps would be a step too far into maintaining this facade of perfection expected of every noble in this kingdom. But the most important thing the Duchess gathered from this brief interaction was that none of her captors, as she affectionately called her husband and his mother, were here in the estate, something that had never happened in all her years here. Perhaps luck is finally on my side. The Duchess proceeded to eat her cold food. Should anyone look at her right now, they would think that Amara was eating the most delicious delicacy in the world. It's been a long time since Amara felt this happy. Even if her mother-in-law was still in the estate, she would still make her move tonight. But now she can make her escape unimpeded. She just has to wait until nightfall. The Duchess first pondered if she should take a bag with some belongings, but she didn't have much to begin with. She only needed her umbrella. It belonged to her mother, and her purse with the coins she managed to save from her low allowance. 20 gold coins, that's all she had to her name. A sum that would allow a family to live very well for 5 months, but also what any noble, big or small, would spend in half an hour. But it should be enough to get to her family's estate. Soon enough night came, and Amara was ready to depart. She wanted to depart as soon as she learned that her mother-in-law was in the capital, but there was another reason as to why she waited until now, and it was in the palm of her hand, a black orb as big as a closed fist. The reason why the Ariadnes were one of the strongest and most prosperous houses in the kingdom was their bloodline magic. The ability to control shadows, making them powerful assets both militarily and diplomatically. But for Amara, she could only manifest her magic at night, while her family could as long as shadows were present. Another reason as to why she was seen as a black mark into the family's history. Regardless, it is a small advantage that Amara would use. A knight would be posted to guard Amara's door. It was for her security, her husband said when she asked years ago when she first arrived. But it's been a couple of years since she realized that those knights were nothing more than her jailers. One of the primary reasons she waited until nightfall to escape was, for one, most servants are asleep, and second was to use her power to take care of the night. She spent months planning how to deal with her security. The plan in concept was quite simple. Its execution, however, was another matter entirely. Amara hoped that the luck that was with her would push the odds of success more. One final deep breath was all she needed for her plan to begin. She then proceeded to scream, loud enough as to make the knight think there was something wrong, but not enough to alarm anybody else. As soon as the knight crossed the door, Amara was ready with a rudimentary club made out of her umbrella, reinforced with her powers. She swung as hard as she could towards her jailer's head, and much to her surprise, it worked. The knight, now bleeding from the head, was on the floor. Incapacitated, much to her surprise, the knight was very little more than a basic uniform. Regardless, Amara hoped this little stunt did not have any long-term effects on the knight's life. But right now she can only care for herself. Freedom is not earned without action. She ran as quickly and as quietly as she could. To her surprise, unimpeded, part of her felt it was all a dream. A good dream, but one nonetheless. But whether or not it was one is not important right now. The estate was eerily quiet. No guards posted anywhere. Amara knew her husband took most of the nights to secure the southern border. But this was too much, even for such a thing. Then she saw it. The moon. A full moon. For many, it was a beautiful sight. But to her, it was a horrible sight. It was not just a full moon. To everyone else, it was shining its blessed light upon them, but to Amara, it was a bleak sight, a reminder. And before she could think about anything, it spoke. "It's been a while, little toy," the voice resonated around the Duchess, coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "Missed me?" "Leave me alone, you should not be able to talk to me." For the first time in years, Amara felt true fear. "If it was that easy to get rid of me." Tis, I'm disappointed. "And besides, look up, into the moon, look at my eye. I'm always watching you, dear." Its serpentine voice echoed throughout the young Duchess's body. "May I remind you that the crimson eye did not choose? its toys for nothing? And you, honey, are very much one of my toys. Do not forget that. Now go, you have things to do. The voice disappeared with a laugh. Amara caught one last glance at the moon now. Tainted by a red hue, she did not, much to her dismay, imagine the encounter with it. But as much as she wanted to stop and break down, the eye was right about something. Uh, the eye was right about something. She has things to do, and she cannot stop. Not now, not ever, until her goals are achieved. Oh, if only the Duchess knew what she was getting into. Perhaps she would have stopped all her plans and made it all end. Okay, that's the first fanfiction, everyone. Let me take a short break so I can drink something. But what did you think? I really enjoyed this actually. Um, Short stretch and drink break. Just a bit of hydration. Don't worry about it. Also, I'm sorry for the mistakes I made. Sometimes I got a bit confused. Don't worry about it. You've been sitting on the first story for like a year, and before the whole OC stream, only you knew of its existence. Oh my god, thank you for sharing it. I'm glad you did. It's a very fun read, actually. I hope everyone else thought so as well, and I didn't manage to butcher it with my wonderful, wonderful reading comprehension skills. Okay. Um, yeah, don't worry about that. I think I figured out a couple of the spots where the commas should have been, maybe. So it's still fun though, even with that. I guess maybe I should read um the fanfictions prior for like for future streams, like all of it, not just the fanfictions, also like the character descriptions, just so that it's already in my mind and I will have an easier time to not stumble across things, and also so I can ask about like the M thing, for example, because I thought it was supposed to be like a Mr., Miss, Madam kind of deal, but I think that's just the first letter of the name, isn't it? I'm sorry. I got confused for that with that for a second. But yes. Fantastic. It is time to work on the second, not work, read the second story, everyone. Let me get in one more stretch and then we're starting the second one, okay? Okay, great. Okay, second fanfiction starts. Tulip quickly became a prosperous nation with the leadership of Amara, but this did not mean that she did not have any detractors. Quite the contrary. In fact, both both nationally and internationally. Today was such a day to meet a particular group of said detractors, directly sent from the holiest of lands, Heristoria, a group that the Queen had the misfortune of meeting many years ago. Mm. The air was tense. Her Majesty sat proudly upon her seat, not willing to take any criticism from the so-called heroes. As for their part, the group spokesperson, Lady Fretto, led the conversation. Amara simply wished for this dreadful meeting to end as quick as possible. She already had enough to deal with. Every bootlicker noble of her court and religious personnel, to put it quietly, were not among her preferred group of people to interact with. Not since the same lady accused her of being a demon worshipper so many years ago. Though yes, Amara admits that this little child that's only been alive for a third of her own life was not entirely wrong in this conjecture. Perhaps the term demon carrier would be more of an apt descriptor. Therefore, therefore his re- sorry. Therefore, Historia demands that Her Supreme Eminence's cult be the official religion of Tulip. Ah, there was another ridiculous demand. Though I'm quite surprised it took them this long to ask for this. But how blind do they have to be nonetheless? I thought I made Tulip's position regarding religious matters on my first summit. Tulip rejects the demands of her Historia, all of them. Though such delicate matters should be handled with more care, Amara at this point of her life could not. If she said yes, her country would become part of her Historia in all but name. Once she abdicated her throne in a couple of years, considering not who one of her favorite candidates for the throne is. Tulip is a neutral nation in all regards, Lady Fretto. I cannot in good will accept these demands. Is this the position of Tulip, or the one from its demon worshipper? Amara made a simple gesture from her hand before this girl's head would be severed from her body by Fiona, even if she's missing an arm. Tulip's second wing was always quick. Such meaningless provocations. You'd better learn where to spend your energy correctly. I believe the Supreme Pontiff said there are no traces of corruption within me. But may I remind you that this is a formal meeting, not one for sharing our personal beliefs, but to answer your question, my position is the position of Tulip's people. Religious studies are available to all that wish to partake in them in our schooling system. Tulip does not have anything against them either. The same system that is only reserved for nobles and those who pay for it. You wish to wall the people's access to her divine eminence's teaching? That was the position of my predecessors, Lady Fretto. Nowadays, education is available to all that want it. Though I must admit we have run into some hurdles when it comes to the amount of people wishing for it. Our educational institutions are not quite as prepared to accommodate many students, sadly. But fret not, our education rate is steadily growing up. That's still no excuse to not accommodate his Historia's requests. It is quite difficult for you to back down, is it not? Should you put that drive towards something else, you would make quite a destacable figure. But alas, it is not my place to educate you. It appears we are at an impasse again. I believe it is better for us to adjourn this meeting for today. I would recommend for you to take this time and learn more about how Tulip functions. Friendly advice, of course. Now, if you excuse me, I must tend to other matters. May you have a blessed day. Wait, you cannot. Amara quickly departed the room, despite the girl's protest. She also requested to be left alone, and rapidly escaped everyone, and hid away in a corner of the palace's inner garden. Despite being quick to burn under the sun, she enjoyed it nonetheless, much like how she did once. Being left alone with my thoughts, and the first thing I do is think of you, my child. Hope you are dreaming well, and that the garden of laurels is kind to you. Rustles. Despite being hidden away in this part of the garden, it appears someone has already found her. So much for my time alone. No need to hide, I know you are there. The queen originally thought it was one of her retinue coming to remind her to eat something, or perhaps to have some rest, since her sleep was not the best last night. But the steps of this person were far too heavy for that, nor did she recognize their sound. Oh, excuse me, your majesty. It looks like I lost my way. The person in question was none other than the hero, at least until he dies, Philip. Short in stature, but he makes it up thanks to his desire to be the best hero of his generation. Brown hair, green eyes. Yeah, that is him. Looks less impressive from up close, as always. Hero, to what may I owe your presence today? If memory serves right, you were not in today's meeting, since you are training with my knights. Hope they were up to your standards? They are. I like the people serving under you, and I'm sorry I was not in the meeting today. I hope Fretto didn't cause you too many issues today. Careful with your tone, hero. I do not believe we have earned that amount of closeness. And may I remind you, even the faintest of your words carries the heaviest of burdens. In fact, this is the second time I've reminded you of this. It appears you are still a child. Same one you met all those years ago, my queen, he smiles. I am not your queen, Philip, nor were you ever a subject of mine. State your business. You really think I'll believe you got here by accident? I'm blind, not senseless. You got me. Fred chewed my ear off after your meeting, and since I'm her friend, I would like you to let go of your problems of her. It would mean a lot. I let go of my grievances with that child many years ago. What I speak is as the ruler of Tulip, not as a woman with a hurt ego. She would do better to exert caution. And before you ask, no, I will not back down from my decisions. Tulip will not have an official cult. Then why are we still here, huh? Pretty sure if you tried, you'd convince Fretto and the rest to leave. She wouldn't be too happy with that result, but she would do it. Amara sighs. You all deserve rest. As estimated guests, you have many commodities at your disposal during your stay here. It would be foolish not to use them, but it is also my responsibility as your senior. The church sent you kids with a sword in hand and a song in your hearts, and taught you to fix the world. A pointless and impossible ask of you. Such complicated matters are better left to me. I thought you said we are no subjects of yours. Wouldn't matter even if you were my responsibilities, as a pillar from this world encompass everyone. So do tell the child to rest. Nothing good will come if she burns herself out. I'll make sure to tell her, and if I know you enough, that's my cue to go. Believe I've disturbed your precious alone time enough. Goodbye, your majesty. Make sure to feed yourself properly too. Nothing good will come either if the hero is just a sack of bones. Oh my god, we get a bit of a time skip. Brilliant kids, don't you think? A shame what the future awaits for them. That's the end of the second fanfiction. Let's go. Okay, once again, small break for me and everyone. That was nice. But I do see what you meant in the beginning in the notes where you were talking about having written something very dialogue heavy. It was still fun though. Let me drink some water again. Oh my god, the N was supposed to be for Mister. My bad. Now his name is M. Thorne in my mind. I'm so sorry. But yeah, this one is fun. Also, me sitting here. Who was that last sentence from? Was that future Amara? Or was it the I? Me sitting here just making up stuff. Me wondering what is going on actually. I think I will have to wait for an answer. I don't think. From a shadow. Of course, it's from the shadow. Lovely. But yeah, that was fun too. Let's go. This one was you wrote it down. I think this one should be closer to the 33 age, right? 33 years of age thing, right? Right. Me trying to remember when they were. um, the first story was me trying to find the thingy. Let me open. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't need to know. Maybe that is what my phone is trying to tell me. Maybe I just do not need. Doesn't really matter. The timeline is a mess right now. Oh no. Fair though. Um. Mm, mm. Okay. Okay, yeah, but that would have been like the 33 age. Okay. Let me close this and let's go there. Fantastic. Okay, everyone, get in one last stretch and one last bit of drinking something. I say that like I'm not talking to myself. I think everyone else has an easier time stretching and taking a sip of water while I'm reading to you guys. So I'm mostly just talking to myself. I'm sorry. Let's go. Okay, time for the third fanfiction for Amara. Let's go, everyone. Her screams of agony can be heard from all across the region, even at the capital, and none but few knew who those screams belonged to. Fiona and Therese butchered their way through the horde of monsters to reach their mistress. Despite their injuries, Fiona's bleeding stopped, but she's still missing an arm. Her brother wished they could stop, but they both made an oath to her. In life and towards death, they will be her wings. It didn't take them long to reach the clearing where the Duchess was fighting, but for them it felt like an eternity. The clearing was devoid of all plant life now. Whatever Amara was fighting forced her to use a lot of her strength. It didn't take long for them to find her. She was holding someone so close to her chest and silently weeping. Her armor was dented everywhere, her umbrella broken. Not even the best artisans of Qualdur would be able to repair it now. A body laid in front of her, humanoid, but human. She was hunched over so they could not see her face. The closer they got to her, the louder her cries became, and the bleaker the image was. Blood everywhere. Lemon lay lifeless beside their mistress. The great hound gave everything for her. Your Grace, are you good? Fiona was the first to utter words, but they fell on deaf ears. Amara stayed there, unmoving and crying. My lady, we must move. It is not safe here. Tears, for his part, tried to pick her up and move somewhere else. That is, until he saw whose body Amara was clinging so desperately to, and for a mere second time froze for everyone. It was Abigail. Her innocent features now covered in an intense velvet color. A gash was to be found on her neck. She looked so peaceful, yet those shy purple eyes would never be open again. Despite their shock, both wings tried to regain composure and be strong for the Duchess. But as soon as they saw her face, all life stopped moving again. Amara's perfect face was now covered in a wound cutting directly across her eyes, blood still pouring from it. None could dare disturb this moment of grief. It did not matter that they found themselves on a battlefield. No one else dared approach them, and all that could be heard, even louder than the sounds of lives being taken, were her weeps. The clouds were even painted by darkest of greys, yet no rain fell. Not even them wished to disturb this moment. Fiona and Therese tried to look away and move, but they could not, almost as if taking a second away from her would make Amara disappear, swallowed by the grief. It was impossible to tell how long everyone remained like this, but soon the clash of steel and flesh ceased, and the laments became ever louder. For the first time since her ascent to power, Amara lost, and she lost what was dearest to her: her sister, her innocence, her empathy. It all must go now for her sake and that of others. So may this never be repeated. If life must be taken, it will be taken as per Amara's design from now on. And by the innocent blood you shed, I swear your dream will be accomplished, even if it takes my life, even if it takes my soul. It shall be done. So rest now, dear child. You have earned your place upon the garden of laurels. May you find everlasting victory on the other side. Those words, muttered by the Duchess, were the last ones someone said that day, as words cannot express the sense of defeat felt by everyone. Okay, that was number three. That was fanfiction number three. Um, which other than one and two, but oh dear, oh dear, I understand why it's in there. Very good fanfiction. Um, I do feel really bad for her though. Also, welcome back, Crasher. How are you doing? Wait, I know how you're doing, but welcome back. We currently finished the third fanfiction of Tori's. That's what you missed. But yeah, that one was really good. I really enjoyed that one. Really, really enjoyed that one. Made me feel bad. I'm not gonna lie. It was the easiest to write. Oh no. Fair though. Sometimes you need to write the angst, and sometimes it's just the easiest thing to do. I understand. Don't worry about it. Okay. One more time, I'm going to drink a bit. A bit, I say. I'm going to drink something just so I am gonna be good to go for the last one because this one looks a bit longer than the third one, so I'm just preparing myself. Okay, fourth fanfiction for Amara. Death, the great equalizer, feared by many, coveted by few, inescapable to all, except to me. Or that's how it should be. We have a time skip. Fauna, you feel it too, right? This whole place reeks of being hunted. Why did we have to accept this mission in particular? The great astrologer foretold that a great evil would come from here, and considering how tense the whole world is with the amounts of demons appearing lately, did you really expect that he would have taken something else? Besides, the pay is very high, so shut your trap and let's finish this quickly. This is the last place left to explore anyways. Anybody else apart from Lorcia wants to complain too? No? Urine? Fremont? Despite the bleakness of the surroundings, the prospect of high pay was more than enough to quell the explorer's bubbling anxiety. For a time. And if worse came to be, they were more than confident in their abilities to overcome all obstacles, even if such obstacle was a demon. A choice they will come to regret soon enough. Hey, you don't need to remind me that. Fun, but still, you're going to tell me that you're not even the slightest bit creeped out by this place? I mean, hell, you said yourself, with how stale the air is, the first time we opened the gates to this place, no one has been here in at least several centuries. Though usually a quite cheerful individual, the whole ambiance of this place made the always smiling Fremont apprehensive. As for Urine, their ever present, quiet demeanor also carried hints of uneasiness. This tower exudes sadness and grief. It is not usual for the elf to break the silence. Perhaps the fact that their race is more sensitive to such energies made it a comment worth saying, though such things were rarely appreciated by their companions. Ever the cheerful commentator, aren't you, Urine? If you are going to keep saying things like that, it is better if you stay quiet as per usual. The tower in question from the outside looked like an astrology tower and research institution, but its insides painted a different picture, as it is mostly empty. No rooms, just a long hallway leading to a massive spiral ladder. Despite being quite obvious that no one else has entered in quite a long time, no speck of dust was present. In fact, the only dust they saw was the one they brought into the tower. Or at least that is what Urine said, almost as if dust itself was too afraid to inhabit this place. Another time skip. Was it even worth it to climb all the way here? It took us 3 hours to get here, and for what? Another bloody hallway. You guys wanna bet that this one is also going to be as empty? But also, can we leave now? This place is empty, the astrologer was wrong again. Despite her mostly quiet and controlled demeanor, once something bothered her, it was difficult to make her stop. An unusual attitude for a dwarf, being calm that is, who would probably start cursing to the high heavens the moment they entered this tomb. You know we can't do that, Lorsier. And if something feels off, we'll just look at it. We'll just book it, right? Alright? We are almost done anyways. If this hallway is also empty, then it'll be quick. If something feels off, look around you. The whole thing is off and has been the moment we step foot inside this place. Ah, you're unbelievable, Fauna. You're in Fremont, back me up, will you? Fauna is the boss. If he says to continue, we continue. I mean, We didn't even find ghosts nor skeletons while we explored the rest of the city. And while yes, this place is a more oppressive ambiance, I don't think we have anything else to fear. But how about this? I'll buy you a new set of Gerulian wool, so be a good girl and bear with us a little bit longer, okay? Don't call me that, Fremont. Fine, but if we find a bloody ghost and we die, I'll be sure to beat all of your asses in hell. Another time skip? Should the structure of this tower be consistent with what our adventurers have seen so far, then by this point should they should be on their way to the exit. But this hallway appears to be never ending, yet still empty. At this point there is no good reason to keep going forward, yet they do almost as if something is dragging them along. We've been at this for ages. Can we turn back now? It's obvious there's nothing else for us to see. Also, Frim, I'll take 2 sets of wool now as compensation. Save it. Before Fauna could reprimand his dwarf companion, a door opened on this side of the hallway, almost as if Fremont's endless complaints were answered by the tower itself. Without many words, the quartet entered this room, to a beautiful yet mournful sight. 5 coffins decorated the center of the room, each carefully engraved with hauntingly realistic images of what they could surmise were the dead underneath. 2 great hounds, a woman, a man, and a girl. All of them were in awe at this, but Euron, ever the observing, noticed something that made their blood freeze. The whole room was decorated with lunar petals, a rose variety that was believed to be extinct for over 900 years. But more importantly, during the last appearances of said flowers in literature and in few testimonies of those who lived long enough, when their tired minds allowed them to speak freely, they were attached to a certain figure, the first enlightened monarch of their era, but whose name was long lost. To the other 3, who are not as well versed in flower as their elf, the most striking visual of the room, ignoring how ultimately bizarre this whole display was a massive portrait that stood tall, proud, sad, and forgotten just behind the coffins, depicting a strikingly gorgeous woman with magenta eyes sitting. A girl sits in a woman's lap. Both are surrounded by a man and a woman in armor, and 2 great hounds sat beside them, all smiling warmly, a curious detail since this was a family portrait for a noble house, and in such pieces smiles were a rare occurrence. I believe it is time for us to leave. There's nothing else for us to see. We are disturbing their peace. Oh, now you wanna leave, Knife Ear. Despite Lorcia's explosive temper, even she was shocked at Euron's comments. Perhaps the elf was seeing things that the rest of them ignore. What makes you say that, Ewer? The lunar petals. Those flowers became extinct about 900 years ago. Whoever this tower belongs to, I don't think they would want us here. Though the group rarely appreciates Euron's remarks, more often than not those remarks were able to keep them alive in many situations. With a complicit look, they all decided to exit the room, unbeknownst to them that their fates were sealed the moment they entered this tower. Once they made their way outside of this altar room, the environment had changed. Some of the lamps were now lit up with their flames pointing further down the corridor, but perhaps the most disturbing part is that the way they once came from was not there anymore, almost as if it never existed. Oh, gods below. Fantastic. Fucking fantastic. The ghost is probably wide awake and is going to kill us. If I'm the first one to die, I'll be waiting for you all in hell. And know, Fauna, that you'll be the first ass I'll beat. Despite the quite obvious display of anger, the dwarf's voice carried many hints of melancholy and sadness, but also ones that are clinging to life. We've survived worse. Lady Lorcia, I advise that we keep a cool head until we surpass this situation. But if we do indeed perish in this mission, I'll help you beat the boss's ass, as you so eloquently put it. Though often disregarded by their peers, Euron was always the first one to reassure and quell their distress, their piercing aquamarine eyes always a source of comfort for those willing to see them. Well, shit. Despite always being collected, even Fauna is starting to feel the weight of his choices. We'll have to keep moving forward. Most likely, whatever did this wants us to see something, and probably leave us be. Just like with that room. Though quite serious in this assessment, many doubts fill the human's mind. We get another time skip? Oh my god. It was a very funny line. We should beat his ass. Um, Time skip. Most of the remaining travel was quiet, all cautious of what can happen if they dare utter words, but perhaps finally this nightmare would come to an end. A giant black door stood in front of them. A vague light illuminated its openings, compelling them to enter his last room. And so they did, but no exit awaited for them on the other side. In turn, a singular figure stood atop a lone balcony, casting its gaze upon the horizon, with the moon perfectly casting its light upon them. The figure was armed and armored, but no decorations could be seen on this plate. The most curious of details is the lack of holes in the faceplate, essentially making its wearer fight blindly. Though that did not matter. Time froze for a moment, the quartet all holding their breaths, looking at this figure and not acknowledging the presence of its uninvited guests. But in a moment that defied fate, Fremont fired a bullet towards the creature, perhaps in a moment of desperation, or perhaps forced by something else. Another time skip? The whole situation couldn't be worse. Fremont is likely dead, Uran is bleeding out, and Lorcia is doing her best to keep them alive. But at least they managed to take down the figure somehow. Many thoughts were going through Fauna's mind, but one more thing had to be done. The figure now standing from its knees bleeding from many wounds, its weapon, a bizarre combination between spear and umbrella, lay broken beside it. Though still breathing, and it was Fauna's responsibility to end it. But first, he wanted to see the face of the monster that managed to almost take him down. The mask of the figure broke amid the confrontation, revealing a tumble of hair, hiding its face. Hair that Fauna pulled out of the way to see a woman's dried white skin. Too white to be from a human. But despite all this, Fauna grabbed his knife and put it to this woman's throat first, to gauge any reaction, but this was pointless. The tired woman, despite having her eyes closed, looked directly at his eyes, almost as if asking for it to be quick. And so it was. Fauna sank his knife into her throat, a feat coveted by many in a bygone time. The velvety liquid started gushing out, but the woman did not utter a single sound. She just kept looking directly into his eyes, till eventually they opened up. A crimson veil covered her eyes, but this was quickly replaced with a black one, until that also faded. As for the first time in centuries, her magenta globes could see again, but also for the last time. A faint smile was drawn on her lips then. Why does she have such sad eyes? Was the first thought that came to Fauna's mind, seeing the last display of life from this woman, whose final breath came shortly after. The once most powerful monarch this side of the world ever saw was now a lifeless body, and nobody knew, not even her killer. Fauna can now tend to his companions in peace, or so he thought. Right this moment of peace was about to cease to exist. The moon wept, the clouds vanished, and the eye laughed from both joy and sadness. Amara failed, and now the world will have to deal with a failure. But for a brief second the moon disappeared and reappeared, now tinted by the most intense of crimsons, as the crimson eye descended once again upon the mortal realm, and everyone and everything will pay for taking its most precious of toys. Finished! Let's go! We finished the last fanfiction, let's go! Oh, hey there! And I mean, I'm part of the LGBTQ, so I should support it now. Why would it make sense? But yeah, I do. But also, better question, what did we all think of the fanfictions? Tori, I love your final thoughts because you guys need to know the final thoughts are just Tori screaming. And you know what? That's great. Oh, finally, we're done. I have to be honest. Okay, and bye. Anyways, quite a read. Yes, you are right about that. It was really fun. I enjoyed all of them. Also, I I forgot that you said in the beginning, Tori, like in the editor's notes, you were like, "Oh yeah, don't read the last story if you don't want to see her end." So I was like, I was reading the last story, and in my mind, I was like, "Oh my god, is that how they met Amara? Like, is this like a set in the past kind of deal where like it's oh that's how Amara met the people that would become her wings?" And then I was like sitting there like when it came up that oh okay I kind of forgot about that. you know um very fantastic, even though I knew I should have known that the last story was about the end of Amara. You still got me. You still got me, actually. I did not think that this was the end. There sure is a question mark on that editor's note. You are right about that. You are so right about that. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, everyone, please share your opinions of the fanfiction with Tori. I am gonna be right back because I need to go to the toilet. I'm gonna be so honest. I've been drinking so much water because I you know, I've been drinking so much water because I've been reading and now I need to go to the toilet. Let me just add existing BRB. Um yeah, I'm just gonna put it up on top of me. Why not? I'm gonna be back in just a second, everyone. Don't worry about it. Let Tori know what you thought about the fanfiction, please. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Hello, hello. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Everything should be in order and I should not be muted, everyone. Let's go. Yes, 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 yes. Tori, let me say once again thank you for sharing your OC with us and for sharing all of the fanfictions with us. I'm not sealing. What am I sealing? What should I be sealing? Um, yes, but also if let me put that out there again because I just got back. Everyone, if you want to join, I'm just gonna self-advertise. If you want to join our OC streams, we still have one OC in front of us. We have one more OC to go through. Wait, my mic? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I did not get that. Thank you for being silly, Crasher. Sorry for not catching the silly. um, but yes. Um, me forgetting what I was about to say. No, I remember. We still have one more OC in front of us. It's our very own Mochi Macha Momo OC. It's our very own Momo's OC is the next one that we are going to be looking at in a second. Um, so there is that. Heads up. We are going to have a few more of my friends OCs in the next stream. I'm pretty sure because yes, you feel betrayed that no Alice or Bisque OC yet. Bisque wanted to give me an OC but didn't have the time to write it up because Bisque is always a very busy bee. You need to know that, everyone. Bisque is always working on something or streaming or something like that. So yeah. So I'm likely getting one next for the next stream, which is gonna be at the end of the month. Everyone. Um, I'm also getting one from Chi for the next stream. So there's already three OCs, excluding mine, that I'm looking forward to seeing because there is also another OC that I've gotten promised by someone who couldn't um join today. Hello. I almost I almost I almost muted Momo because the message came in when I was trying to allow the Crasher's message. Whoopsies. So yeah. Also, I did not advertise the OC stream like anywhere except on my streams and like my Discord server for this one because I wanted this to be very much for the people who are already in chat and who wanted to share their OCs. Um, Starting from now on, I am going to advertise it on like Twitter and stuff like that. So there might be more of an influx of people that we don't know coming around to join in on that. Hopefully, who knows? So yes, that is not the point I wanted to make. I think I was about to make another point. Right, we have one more OC in front of us. But before we do that, let me advertise. We are doing OC streams at the last Saturday of every month where we are going to look at the people's OCs that they sent in and we talk about them. And I introduce one of my OCs as well until I run out of OCs. Just watch, it's gonna happen at some point. So yeah, let me just plug the Discord server again so everyone that can and wants to can join the Discord if you haven't already. Don't worry about that. Also, I love that you I love that you guys are just ready to go for the walls of the people if they don't send me the OCs. Let's go. I don't know if it's gonna be a classic Chi OC. It might be because Chi said that he has to look through his documents to like get together all of the stuff for the OC. So I think there is a good chance that it is one of those classic Chi OCs. But I am not sure. So we will have to see. So yeah. Yes. Momo, please keep joining the OC streams. Everyone, please keep joining the OC streams. Tori, I'm so glad that you're already thinking of a baseline for the next OC. Please, everyone, keep your OCs coming. I'm doing this entire thing for my own amusement. Bet the OC is all in classic black. That would be very on brand for Cheese OCs. To be fair though, for Lysander, I put him in that outfit, so that's on me. That's on me. I could have made him not wear black, but like, it kind of fit the vibe. So I went with, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put him in this black coat. Fantastic, isn't it? I'm glad that everyone is being amused by this. I love that. If all goes right, the long book length OC will only be in August or October. That's good enough for me. That is fantastic. In that case, I can build up how the OC streams are actually supposed to be going because I enjoy how we are doing them right now. I hope everyone else is also enjoying how we are doing them right now. But I don't know if you guys appreciate my yapping. Um. Also, if it's the book length, I'm gonna be honest. Everyone, I want to know your opinions now. If like we continue, like we're going to continue the OC streams, right, and if I have like other streamer friends and stuff like that, or like Momo for example send in their OCs, I am thinking about like if it's like for Momo it would be that book length character so that Momo can talk about her. um or like if Bisque is like entering one of their OCs, um that I have them on stream with me. I don't know where I would put them though. I made my overlay only with me in mind. But yeah, that I have them on stream so that they can talk about their own OC. Yeah. So basically they do the talking about their own OC. Um yeah, Bisque does make really nice epic PowerPoints. I would have to find a workaround though because as you might have seen with what we are doing with the presentation today, I made all of that in Clip Studio Paint. I'm lying to you guys. What we are doing is not a presentation right now. I'm just turning off layers in Clip Studio Paint. Because Canva, everything I wanted to use in Canva was like a pro Canva membership. I was like, nah, I'm not paying money to do something that I can't do myself, right? So I made everything from scratch. So yeah, I would have to see how that would work with Bisq PowerPoint, or maybe Bisq would be alright with just using the regular PowerPoint. Like so, I would have to work something out like that. But I have been thinking about inviting people to explain their own OCs. It's just gonna be one person. Like even if multiple like friends who stream or something. Like if Momo and Bisq sent in OCs, both of them, I would only have like one of them in the stream. And the question is, will I have them there for the entire stream or just for them to introduce their character? Who knows? I don't. I will have to think about that more. But I just wanted to give you guys a heads up and see if that was even something I need to think about or if we hate the idea. Canva is really expensive. Yes, I don't know, man. Momo down for anything. We love that. Thank you. But yeah, exactly, that's Future K's problem, and they're not here right now, so actually I don't have to worry about that. I just want to know if Future K has to worry about that, basically, is what I'm going for. Also, guys, let me know. I know I kind of dipped after the fanfictions because I had to go to the toilet, but do let me know if there's any, like, feel free to say any Amara questions or fanfiction questions in the chat before we go over to the next OC, which is going to be the last one for today. Which is exciting, right? Actually, while I'm waiting for you guys to ask questions, I can, in theory, prepare the name picker. That's not how you call it. Where is my Google Chrome? I'm gonna prepare it on my phone. Don't worry about it. Ba bum ba bum. Wheel random picker. Random choice. Yes. Spin the wheel. I hope that you guys just believe me when I tell you who it picked, because I have not made that thingy in my on my PC, so I can't show you. Oh, that's true. Amara would do fantastic in like a D&D um game. Like either as an NPC or PC, that would work. Let me just put down everyone's. There we go. I put them down. We can worry about that later. Oh, not what I wanted. How do I? Oh, that's how I get rid of you. Yeah, sure. Goodbye. I accidentally made another wheel. Don't worry about me. But yes, Slay Spire is on a discount right now. That's fantastic. How much of a discount are we talking about? I have like 4 cents to my Steam account right now. Uh, um, oh yeah, K is so up for making a TTRPG just Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. 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 Totally. But Kay is totally up for doing a TTRPG session for all of you guys. I will have to actually get the reactive role going. The woes of having to do the stuff for your Discord server yourself. I'm sorry, everyone. So yes, if you want to play your OCs in there that you have already introduced, or other OCs, just let me know. I can work a story for any OC. Is what I have learned. Actually, unfortunately, I'm going wild. If you give me your OCs, I'm gonna go wild. I'm sorry about that. But yes, anyways, after the stream, I'm going to put the reactive roles finally in the reactive role server channel so that you can get the roles. Okay, okay. Let me go back to set up reactive for you. The thing is, I have talked about the to him. I was like, oh, I have to do the reactive roles and I have to this and I have to that in the server, and he was like, oh, like he can help me with that. I was like, yeah, sure, but like you have to be mod. And like, okay, and then and then we both didn't set it up because I was like, oh yeah, no, it should just be set up before my OC stream because and then he didn't and I didn't and nothing worked out, so we know. We know how it goes. Crusher, the thing is, you don't have to be good at TTRPGs, at least not the way I play. You have to have fun. That is all. You have to be fun. You have to have fun, and you have to have fun with the other people. As long as that's happening, I do not much care what's going on elsewhere. I have actually had to change entire plot lines of the campaigns that I've done. Some more drastically than others, just because what the people were doing was them having fun. So I was like, yeah, you know what? Sure, yeah, we're gonna change that now. You can put it in the OC chat because it's related to your OC, and just put the note in there that this is the snack that Amara's uh the side character in Amara's backstory is named after, or something like that. Just so people do have some context and don't just think that that is now a snack channel. I'm sorry. But yes. Let's go. It's time to go look at Atlas. It's time to go and look for Momo's boy. Ta-da! It's the next one. It's the last one. It's another OC. Let's go. This is Atlas. He is a bunny boy. At least right now he is. I'm sorry. Um, but yes. I stole all of this information from the character sheet that Momo has for Atlas, so there's that. Um, I'm sitting here like wondering. I want to see the snake too. Wait, before before I do anything else, I want to see the snake. I'm sorry. We're gonna talk about Atlas in a second. I need to see the snake. Oh my god, they do look good. Oh my god. Me, I want to. I want to join in the reactions. Let me join. Thanks. They do look very good. No surprise on why you named that Were Bunny after it. But yeah. Now let's get to the next bunny boy. This is Atlas. This is Momo, one of Momo's OCs. Age is a bit of a question mark. Don't worry about it. That's why I said that almost everyone has question marks put as their age. Don't worry. Um, and Atlas's occupation is a strategist. I need to know. Um, the game is Arknights, right, Momo? He is for Arknights. Like at least this rendition of Atlas is for Arknights. The game. Um, I'm gonna be very honest. I do not know too much about the lore for Arknights. I'm don't ask me anything. If anything needs to be said about what's going on with the story, that's for Momo. I do not know. I'm sorry. Um. mm, let's see. Let's see. Did I forget anything? Okay, we're gonna do it the other way around this time. We're gonna read the Atlas information that I got sent by Momo. And then we're gonna look at the bullet points that I wrote down and see if all of the bullet points have been mentioned. And if I see one that hasn't been mentioned, we're gonna talk about it afterwards, okay? Because I'm sitting here like I stole all of this from the character sheet actually, and not from the information that was sent to me. So there's that. Okay, so I'm glad that we don't have to worry about the Arknights law then. Fantastic. Okay, everyone say hi to Atlas. We are now going on to introduce him. The general breakdown for Atlas. In the present or game timeline, he has amnesia, so his previous self is not known to him, though he does have an inkling and he does not like it. In the past, he was very polite but somewhat aloof, gentle brother type to most of his subordinates, but he is actually very chess master and manipulative. He's confident and cocky that his strategies will always prove true, in that we all know I take your king in 3 moves kind of way. And those strategies used to be very pragmatic. He says that he volunteered to be a strategist to help people, but he was a bored man who wanted some adrenaline, so what better way than a frontline strategist? Love that for him. Of course, when shit went down, it's props. Sorry, okay, sorry, I got distracted by what I was reading. Of course, when shit went down, it's probably best maybe he doesn't really remember that guilt that will haunt him in that took a beating of your hubris and arrogance kind of way. Okay, I see what happened. I'm making the connections. I'm making connections. Don't worry. Basically, Momo. Past him was horrible. Feel free to kick him. And basically, his hubris came to haunt him, didn't it? Mm-hmm. It was his very pragmatic strategy that kicked his ass. It was his belief that none of his strategies could ever go wrong. Yeah, okay. I love that. Okay, post time skip to the present game. With amnesia, he is the older brother type, but it's more honestly the actual side now. But in exchange, he's more scatterbrained. Like, okay, I think this strategy might work. It sounds dangerous and stupid, but it should work. The fact that he was a very good strategist comes forefront is something. Ah, okay. Okay. The fact that he was a very good strategist comes forefront if something goes wrong, because he's flexible in clutch times. He has no strength to speak of. Oh yeah, right. You guys don't know, but like the character sheet, it came with one of um, these chart thingies where it's like, oh, this much strength, this much luck, this much. It was charisma on there. I don't know. Yeah, the strength was like at 0 or something. I don't know. No strength to speak of. He's a twig you can snap into, but he will insist to stay behind until everyone retreats, cause he can explain the compulsion to make sure everyone under his command is safe. Yeah, I can explain that for you, Headless. I'm sorry. I connected the dots. I'm so sorry. He's kind of the archetype where he looks moody and seldom smiles, but it's like a rare treat when he does. It's difficult for him to be expressive unless there's much coaxing. Aw, but Momo guesses she can say he's weak to affection. We do have voice claims for him. It's Minagawa Junko and for the Japanese voice acting, and Christina Valenzuela for the English one. I don't know what they sound like. I'm just gonna assume that everything is good and great. Wait, let me. I'm looking at a table right now, so I have to take my phone out of normal view so I can see both sides. Okay, everyone, we're having voice lines now. Um, so I'm going to tell you which voice line we're reading and then who's reading them. But also one of the people talking is just question mark question mark question mark. So I'm gonna be referring to them as mystery person. Okay? Okay. Okay. The name voice line. The doctor. Um, Voice lines, yeah. In Arkanites, the characters, like the NPCs, they have voice lines. So I'm gonna just be reading them out to you. I'm sorry, I'm not a voice actor, but it's gonna be right. Yeah, mystery person is really our fave, isn't it? Okay, let's go. The Doctor, Atlas Leung, Doctor of Rhodes Island Pharmaceutical. Most simply call me Doctor, so I suppose you could do the same as well. However, I am not a medical practitioner. I primarily tactical command of Rhodes Island's forces. Uh oh wait, is he the doctor? Momo help. Oh no, you're at the mercy of the actual game, oh no. Also Momo, are these set like are the first ones set from the out Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Then mystery person says, I am the Oracle, your savior, if you will, for your judgment is in my hands. Age voice line, the doctor. Ah, huh. Amia says I look to be a little older than she is. Dr. Carlsit, mayhaps jokingly, called me an old man once. I hope I got that name right. Mystery person? It does not matter, older than I or a baby before me. I will see to it your defeat lays at my feet. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Um, Sex. From Rhode Island's database classified files, intersex. Gender. From Rhode Island's employee files, male. Species, Cautus. Cautus? Cautus. Height, 168 centimeters. Birthday, the doctor. I apologize, I can't quite recall. Amia, however, has deemed it the January 21st, for it was the day she found me and of which I joined Rhodes Island. sorry, it takes me a bit to figure out which date it is because of the spelling. That should be the 7th of March, right? 7-3, yeah. 7th of March. I'm sorry. It's not the American spelling, but it is and it isn't. Okay, I think Amia is the only one I knew by name. I was like, yeah, no, that's the bunny girl. Yeah, no, I know. Let's go. Favorite food, the doctor. Anything Amia makes for me. Huh? That's not an answer. Well, then I'm partial to sweet drinks. Hot or cold are good with me either way. I also enjoy a good jug's worth of coffee, but Amia has banned me from it entirely. Mystery person? No information has been collected regarding this. Hobbies, the doctor. I find chess enjoyable, and a peaceful evening with a good book is also an idyllic alternative. I clear throat and then softer. Also, on occasion, enjoy helping some of my companions with their hair. I find it calming. And then we have mystery person once again. No information has been collected regarding this. Now, everyone, do you guys want to read? Do you want to read Atlas fanfiction? Do they come with any warnings? Wait a second. No? Yes? I'm sorry. That's quite funny. Um, but you said at your own risk. Okay, please pick for me. Because you put at the end of the thing, at your own risk and venture, there are figs for him on AO3, so I was like, oh yeah, okay, then we can go read them, right? Okay, fair enough. I will be very I will sit here and wait for Momo's approval of which fanfiction we are allowed to read. And then we're going to read it, and that's gonna be what we do for the rest of the stream, okay? And then we pick the winner. Or like, do we call it a winner? I guess it is a raffle kind of deal, so it is a winner. Me sitting here looking at the figs. Oh my god, there's 3 of them. You did great work, Momo. I really appreciate it. Thank you for sharing Atlas with us. Also, sorry for um making you panic about that. I thought they were gonna be fair game because you put that at the end of the document. uh, okay, I got it, Momo. Don't worry about it. Let me eeny meeny miny mo between the two fanfictions that we have. Eeny meeny miny mo. Wait, which one are we taking? The one that I land on or the one that I don't land on? We should establish that beforehand. So do we take the one I land on or the one I don't land on? Tasty, tasty water. Everyone stay hydrated, please. The one we land on, okay. Also, I am always prepared to see names of characters that I have no idea who the fuck they are. That is me with every franchise I ever get into. I just accept it. Sometimes I'm surprised when I find out that actually that was not a character, that was an OC that someone made and put into the story. Okay. Now let's eeny miny miny mo and take the one that we land on, okay? Eeny miny miny mo. I should have gone with the German one. I don't know the English one actually. Ene mine Mr. Rappelt in der Kiste. Ene mine Meng und du bist weg. And then, okay. It's for Momo to know it's the third one. They're not bad at it. It's okay. That's okay. Okay. Okay, it was written for the OCX Canon Week. Let's go. The prompt was, if it wasn't for you, let's go. Oh wait, actually let's not go. I forgot to put up the There we go. There we go. I almost forgot to put that back up. Um, don't worry about it, everyone. Everyone is gonna appreciate it still. Also, will the people ever know if you actually made a mistake in the fanfiction or if I was just unable to read once again? Because honestly, one is way more likely than the other. Wait, for context, the third fic was post an actual Arknight event that had to be shot in 5 different ways because Momo got betrayed. Oh no. Oh no, one of your face became an enemy? Oh my god. You poor thing. Let's go. Okay, everyone, it's time to go into the fanfiction. If you have more questions for Momo, feel free to ask them in chat while I'm reading so that Momo can answer them. If not, feel free to put them after the fanfiction reading. I'm just gonna be minding my own fanfiction reading business now. It's relaxing. The sounds as Elliot maintains his electromagnetic regulator. That and the steady sound of his heartbeat. You still find some umbrage with your size, not that you would verbally admit that, but when you comfortably curl up on his lap and rest against his chest, you can't quite complain. It's just the two of you this evening. Enciodes, for all his bravado and satisfaction with the turn of events, is putting some distance between the both of you. It stings just a tad, but you'd be lying if you said this was not something you've foreseen. Enciodes had always been ambitious, a visionary leader, in fact. In an extremely detached point of view, you could even say you enjoyed the chessboard the two of you had carved out through the Kiarak. He is, a satisfactory opponent on multiple levels. The issue, of course, lies with the pesky heart. For all your self-mental preparation, that there would always be the potential that Silver Ash would stand as your enemy, a single word is all I need if you wish to reduce him to rubble. Elliot's voice cut through your thoughts, akin to the lightning he wields in battle, striking through. The alliance between Carla and Trade Co. still stands, you feebly explain. And I don't think threatening to murder one of the warlords right after everything that happened in Kiarak would be very smart. He let silence sit for several breaths, still focusing on the maintenance. And because you love him. He doesn't sound angry, but there was a tinge of bitterness. You understand that Elliot and Enciodes had come to an understanding of sorts when it came to you. It's a selfishness on your part to not need to choose, one they let you fully indulge in. You can't deny it, of course. Enciodes is precious to you, though different in how you cradle Elliot in your heart. But I don't want to see you fight him. Not for such a personal reason. Elliot places his tools down, letting silence fill the room once more. You don't lean back and try to meet his eyes, focusing on his hands as he wipes them clean on a cloth. His heartbeat remained steady, but without looking at his face, he was harder to read. Just unlike him, who can devote himself to ambitious, lofty goals. His laugh is dry, dripping with sardonism. Every drop of my blood is yours, from my purpose to my dying breath. I will always, always choose you. You finally twist around, propping up your knees in your lap as you turn to face Elliot, steadying one hand on his shoulders and the other to cup his cheek. I want you to choose yourself. He leans into your touch as his eyes close, his own hand grabbing over yours, his thumb caressing the back of your hand. How could I ever? If it wasn't for you, I'd have lost all purpose. With the infection in my veins, I will dedicate all that I am to serve as your weapon. He kisses you, preventing any retort. It's almost unfair how he can rend your mind blank. You hate it most when he says such things. He is so much more than just a tool for destruction. For all your tactics and knowledge, you were still at a loss on changing his mindset. And it's why it hurts as he cherishes you akin to worship. Give me just a second. Okay. For all your tactics and knowledge, you were still at a loss on changing his mindset. And it's why it hurts, as he cherishes you akin to worship. The way he kisses you, when it's not in a hungry, frenzied madness, it's a weight you aren't even sure you can carry. Should one's love be such an overwhelming weight? You find yourself breathless, but at his mercy, you let yourself be swayed. But the spell breaks as the dormitory door opens, and someone strides in unannounced. You hear Elliot click his tongue in annoyance, and you hear the smug, satisfied laughter from Enceotis? He's already dressed down, his coat folded over his arm. It truly hasn't been that long since he last spoke face to face with the handsome feline. But there's a relief in seeing him here. As he gazes at you, his expression shifts to a softer one, and he sighs. I see that it is not enough to hold me at check, but to so easily disarm me. You sputter in confusion. I've done literally nothing since you've entered the room, though. Which our dear Liberi seems to have so carelessly left unlocked. Oh, do shut up, Silver Ash. Ah, so nice to hear you missed me too, passenger. They quip and argue. Normally, you let it be, as it is never quite so serious. But you find yourself suddenly tensing as Elliot pulls you closer to him, away before Enceotis could even so much as touch you. There's a chilling glare from Enceotis, icier than Kiarak in a storm. Do you think you deserve this? To be with him, Elliot says, voice matching Enceotis' glare. And do you think you should speak for him? That you'd have the authority, the gall? Enceotis' smug confidence returns. You find yourself caged between the two. You find your voice to interject between them, taking one hand each from the two. You direct your words to Elliot first. In so many ways, he has become so dear to you, but all the same, his driving force was laced with desperation. I think about it sometimes, you know? If we met before you achieved your revenge, would I have been nothing more than a stepping stone? You continue before Elliot speaks up, clearly opposing such a thought. You threw everything away, infected yourself, all for revenge. It won't erase what has happened, but you wished so dearly that you wouldn't have. You breathe, trying not to cry. But that was then, this is now, and Theodis is here right now, isn't he? Elliot does not respond. He grips tighter, but shuts his eyes. You wonder if he is deep in thought or avoiding you. You can't see Enceotis' face, unable to discern between his self-assured warrior bathed in blood persona and the perceptive, melancholic man in the snow. But you hear it when he speaks. If not for Atlas, I could have undoubtedly gained complete control over Kiarak. His laugh is warm, delighted, and not a drop of bitterness. But getting outplayed is but a trifle affordance, and I even received a satisfactory match between the two of us. Should there ever be a day where this repeats, your vision is obscured as Elliot pulls you close, engulfed in his hug. No, more like a protective vice around you. Or if you turn against Atlas again. I'm certain that your lighting will be all too ready, passenger. Believe me, should it have been anyone but our dear doctor, they would have been crushed underfoot. You interject, rather not let them escalate things again. Honestly, how could two of the most capable men you know be so eager to bicker like children? And done! It's okay, Momo, we appreciate your romance writing. It was so fun, let's go! I am actually pretty sure that I read this one beforehand, actually. I think you sent that to me already. It was still a fun read! Even though even though it seemed so familiar to me. It was fun! Also, let me just check on something. Okay, that was where all the messages came in. I'm sorry, I have my headphones around my neck, so I was like just hearing Discord go off in the background, and I got so confused by it. I was like, okay. Don't worry about it though. We did it! We read the fanfiction, we did it! Which means that it is now time. I don't want to see an ad. No thanks. Um, to decide on who is employee of the month, everyone. Oh my god, you do have out of the three of them to get it. You don't worry about it. We are about to decide who gets to be employee of the month, but before that, anyone still have anything to say to Momo? To Momo's character? OC Atlas? Hi Atlas. Me looks at him. Look at him, he's a bunny boy. He's so great. I was actually I have to be so honest with you, Momo. I was considering cropping the picture with the three of them and putting him on there because it was a really nice picture, but then I was like, no, actually, let's use his actual character art. You know how it is. Oh my god, Atlas gets to be in Tori's brain as well. Let's go. Fantastic, I love that. Let's go. But yes. Unfortunately, I don't have any questions about Atlas because I know a lot about about Atlas, unfortunately. Um, yeah, don't worry about that. For a second thought, I was gonna say I was gonna grab the bunny tail. He has a bunny tail. Wait, let me look at the other art. Or let me look at uncropped art, I guess. Let's see, where's your boy? But yes, everyone, please tell me if you enjoyed it. Oh my god, there we go. There's the tail. I see it. Um, fantastic work. Momo, thank you for sharing Atlas with us today. And thank you for letting me read one of the fanfictions. Appreciate it a lot. Crash, I like it too. Let's go. Very good work, everyone. So now I'm just gonna stop putting it out there. No, dragging it out there. We're gonna. Oh my god, I just undid all of my choices. Maybe it's for the best. I can see. Okay, let's go. So yeah, I'm just not gonna put it out, drag it out any longer. Not the RNGesus. Okay, let's do it. It's spinning. Everyone, it's spinning. I'm gonna prepare for next time that you can actually see what we are doing. Don't worry about it. Okay, we got it. It's Amara. Let's go. Tori won. Tori gets to be employee of the month with Amara. I will probably come bother you later on, Tori. Congrats! Let's all clap for Tori. I'm not gonna clap because I'm pretty sure my mic is not gonna like that. Let's go! Very good work, everyone. Congrats. Please keep sending OCs in for the OC streams. I'm looking forward to the next OC stream as well. Please, 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 please. Yes! Let's go! Everyone, you did so well. I really appreciate you sending me your OCs and all the work that you put into them. It was so fun. Also, please get ready to work for next month already. We have a quota to meet. I'm so kidding. I too am gonna be very excited to see what Amara looks like. It's gonna be so fun. But yes, maybe I'll just I did not make a slide for the end of the stream. I forgot about that. Uh, so I'm thinking about going back to the starting screen where it's just like, oh, like let the OC yap comments, you know. And I'm sitting here like, but that's also not right. So you know. Oh my god, Momo's already ready. I will have to make one of my OCs. I know who I want to go with, but her character sheet has been in the works for a bit already, so I don't know if I'm gonna finish her. Maybe. But yes, everyone, you did so well. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. Let's go. It's now time to do the after meeting discussions that all people do, where you don't leave the room right away after your boss has left. But wait, I'm the boss. Oh god, I can't be part of this conversation if the boss has to leave. Tori, you're in between two for next month. Oh my god, I'm gonna look forward to it. Oh, what someone did, who could not participate for this one, but who is gonna be in the next one, they sent me both of the OCs and then said, please pick one and surprise me. So we could do that as well if you can't decide. But also, that would mean more work for you because you would have to finish both of them. Our next quarter will be so good for this company. Yes, we are going to make so much profit. And by profit, I mean amusement. And by amusement, I mean OC talk. Look at us go. We're making the most profit out of everyone. But yes. Oh no. I mean, it's always an option. If people this if someone can't decide between two OCs, just send me both and to say, hey, please pick one and surprise me. Like that can work. I will do it. I will pick one of the characters. So yeah. But also I feel bad because if you have to work on both of them at the same time for this month, um that might be very much work, a lot of work. But yes. Oh my god, wait, isn't there me sitting here like, isn't there a raffle option on Twitch itself? Sorry, I was thinking about how I'm gonna do it next stream so that you can actually see the raffle winner being picked on stream in real time. But then I was like, oh, doesn't Twitch have something like that? There should be an extension. I'm gonna look into it. Don't worry about it, everyone. Also, once again, I want to put out there, if you write fanfictions for any of the OCs that have been introduced already in this stream, feel free to bring them to me still. We can read them at the end of future streams. I am just gonna put your character in the background. I'm probably gonna keep holding on to the slides, I guess, until my clip studio says that, nah, I guess. So yeah, me sitting here. Do I have anything else to yap about, or should I let you out of the basement and back into the wild? What do you guys think? Should I let you escape? Should I let you escape, or should I keep you here against your will, even though I have nothing more to say? I love that you put the word probably in there. Tori, that looks very promising. Um, I actually want to work on at least one short story for whichever character I introduce to you guys next, because I was so sad that I had to spend so much time on doing the overlay and everything and like preparing everything that I didn't have time to write. Which this is entirely self-imposed. I didn't have to do this, you know. We could have just had like a very regular stream, you know, the usual. Um, but now I was like, no, I need a new overlay. I need to make everything really pretty and it's gonna be so nice and I'm gonna make everything from scratch and you know. And then I was like, but I can't write a fanfiction for my character if I do this. But the work already started, so I couldn't, you know, stop. Yes. The basement is so comfy. I'm so glad that you think that the basement is comfy. I did put so much effort into making sure that it is very nice upholstery and stuff like that. Very, very comfy. Some people may say that it resembles, what do you call them? A padded cell? But they are so comfy, aren't they? So who am I to say anything against it? But yeah, I don't think I can keep my yapping up. I'm gonna be so honest. I think I am going to let you guys escape the basement. Maybe the padded cell is where we need to be. Yes, I also think it's very comfy in there, so it's probably all right, anyways. But yeah, um, for next time I'm gonna remember to make like an ending slide as well, so it doesn't look like the way it's looking right now. Because the only thing I can give you right now is just white background, and that's it. And that's not what we want to look at, right? But yes, thank you for listening to all of my yapping. Thank you so much for participating and sending in your OCs and engaging with each other's OCs. I'm so glad that it worked out so well. I'm so glad that I had all of you here. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Don't forget the next OC stream like this is gonna be in a month from now, last Saturday of the month, every time. And next time I'm gonna bring you even more gifts. Probably I will try. Maybe I can come up with stuff to surprise you guys with. It should be alright, right? But yes, thank you so much for being here. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. This OC stream only took us 5 hours, which is fantastic. You are right, Tori. So yes, once again, very big thank you to everyone. I'm gonna let you out of the basement now. I hope you have a great rest of your day, everyone. And bye bye. See you all. Also, wait, where is he? There he is. This here is Ein. He's my husband. I love him. He could do nothing. He could commit war crimes, and I would still love him. He is also in love with us. It's all right. Also, we have a child. This is Theme. She's our daughter. We love her. Look, she has the same hair color. It's our daughter. Look, they are looking at each other. They're a small family. I need to introduce the husband to everyone.
Uh,
Buzz, please.
we love to see
Where are
it.
you? Wait, where is anyone?
I am nowhere. I am nowhere. Don't look for me. No.
I think we're coupled.
Mhm.
Something hit me. Hold on.
Moni, no.
I'm just
Moni.
saying,
Okay,
but
don't
like.
worry. I'm here.
No, get me out of here. Why am I running so slow? I'm screwed. Well, come on. This corrupted stuff. Okay.
It's super cute of you. Oh, you can punch me? That's so cool. Punch me again, come on. Where are you? Go punch me. Go punch me. Punch me. Punch me. Punch me. No, not like this. I wanted to be punched differently. It's okay. Trust there's gonna be both crit damage and crit rate in the tuning. Don't worry about it. I did not lie. I did not lie. Look at us go. Um, so that worked. I can use that as my first one for, like, my first echo for my wave.
Okay, do you have your donuts? Throw a donut if you can hear me. Oh, she can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do 50-50, okay? Um, which one do you want? Throw a donut if you want Wraith. Throw a coffee if you want Spirit. What did I say what donut was? Spirit, right?
She.
Yeah, Spirit. Okay, okay. You
No!
choose Spirit. I'll pick Wraith. And then we'll just get the fuck out of here, because why not?
No! 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 No!
I choose Wraith. Have you picked
No.
Spirit?
No!
Stop throwing the donut. Stop. I'm trying to
You said
communicate with
donuts
you.
on a rave!
Okay, throw a donut now if you've picked for your journal. The coffee?
I picked the